Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the internet and of YouTube. Welcome back to Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. I'm your host and game master, as always, Skajarmas, otherwise known as Tone Shift. With me today, we have our soon-to-be full cast of players. First of all, Hades will be joining us in a little while. He's running late due to work, but he'll be popping in somewhere in the middle, so he'll be along shortly. He's playing our male human Dark Knight, Thanatos. We have Lumina Starlight playing Rocket, our female cyborg Chocobo Warrior. We have Darkness playing Alistair, our male human paladin.
Hello.
And last but not least, we have Tom117Z playing Neothil, our female Elvon ranger.
Circumstance hates us.
Right? So, where we last left off, our self-appointed warriors of light and darkness had at last arrived at the Tower of Creation after a prolonged flight through the Amber Eternal, fighting off demons on all sides and powering their way through the demonic force of a Death Gaze, countless others of which were attacking the massive fleet of airships they had brought along to help in this assault to save their world. After a brief encounter with Tiamat outside of the tower, they managed to push by with Bahamut and Kyra floating off to deal with that, and upon drawing near enough to the tower, awoke within. Their airship of a long time now, the Little Wing, crashed and mangled behind them, torn asunder by the chaotic energies of the tower.
You bastard.
That is my nickname, don't wear it out. So, following that, the party ascended a seemingly random rise of stone that lifted up out of the waters of this chaotic, endless expanse of dark reds and purples and reflective waters and massive chunks of stone in the sky, at the summit of which they discovered Saran, speaking in a more melancholic tone than before, and eventually confirming that the time for this charade has come to an end. He encouraged the party to climb the tower, ascend through varying floors, as one could put it, and see two things, in his words. What Diablo seeks to create at World's End, and where Saran's role in this story started. With that, he disappeared, and the group, as one, proceeded into a rift in the fabric of reality Saran had torn open to bear them forward. And it is as you emerge on the other side of that rift that we enter. So, ladies and gentlemen, you emerge into a cramped, warmly lit room. Wooden floorboards and panels. You can see a bookcase against the wall to the south. You can see on that shelf several different books, many of which appear to be more thin and directed towards a child. Looking towards another part of the room, you can see a desk loaded with sheets of parchment and notes. You can see a little bed tucked up against the wall, a wooden sword resting against the bed frame, and a dresser that looks much too big for the bed tucked up against the baseboard. A single window lets in streams of warm sunlight, and you can hear the cawing of seagulls outside. The camera is down in the bottom right.
I got it.
All right. So, and there is a door against the wall opposite the window.
This is a window?
Yeah.
Can we see anything out of the window?
Going to look out the window, you see a breathtaking view of what appears to be an island, a little village scattered across it, and the architecture immediately strikes you as being Mikatine in design. This is a Mithra village.
Does it look familiar, like Lyrisai or Marasu?
Nope. You have never seen this village before. It's small enough that you imagine only a couple hundred people would call this place home.
I'm opening the map of Marasu. The only other name location on the island of Mikatai is a place called Spirama, which we've never been.
And it's a much bigger city than this.
Is on an island? Can we see
Uh,
that much?
I mean, you can see the ocean out for a ways, and you would assume it's an island based on what you know of the Mithran architecture. They come from islands, so how big the island is, you can't tell from here.
Mika, I don't suppose this town looks familiar to you?
No, it doesn't.
Well, given that Saran is currently the one showing all this to us in his last big speech, if I'm a betting Elvan, I'd say this is the town he probably came from, right?
It would make sense. He said he wanted to show us where his role in all this started.
Huh.
Alice, can you help me look around, see if there's anything
Sure thing.
in here? Blue's Clues.
Okay, what exactly are you two looking for?
I personally am looking for any sort of personal effects identifiers, anything that might indicate who lives here.
Okay,
Lived here.
all right, go ahead and
Probably
make
the
an
same
awareness
as
check.
me.
Make awareness checks, you two.
Whoa.
Uh, 14.
14. And Alistair?
Well, give me a moment. What I got is a crit, but not the sort of crit I was hoping for.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Snake eyes.
Oh no.
Yep.
Alright, well,
First roll of the day.
Oh,
yep, that ain't great for you, but I mean,
well, shit.
so Alistair, you kind of make your way over to the bed and start looking at it, and it's like, yep, this is a bed. Neothil, meanwhile, you head over to the bookcase and sort of scan the shelves for a second, and looking them over.
Rocket, while I'm over here, can you look after Alistair? He looks like he's gonna fall over.
Yeah. It seems the dice is not on the side of the data sire.
No.
I'm sure it's the dimensional shifting of the tower. That's definitely it.
No, anyway.
We're like in a cramped room. How much damage can he do?
Oh, don't ask him that. I should ask him for all damage.
You're in a cramped room in the Tower of Creation. Anyway, so, Neothil, looking over the bookcase, you see a lot of books about... it's like a lot of sort of slightly fictionalized, you would imagine, like, history books about historical figures, like old heroes or old battles. You can see a few books that appear to be instruction manuals on swordplay and fencing, a few spell books. Yeah, a few books on magic of the varying schools, white, black, time. And you even see a couple of books talking about chess.
Is this like a one-room house? Or is it just a bedroom?
It looks to just be a bedroom.
Let's see.
Definitely Siobhan.
Yeah.
Chess.
Who do we know here that would like books on black magic, white magic, swordplay, and really likes playing games?
Siobhan.
This, I assume, is his bedroom from whatever home he is long since cast off.
Indeed. Whether he started off innocent or not, still doesn't
Wow.
forgive the situation he put himself in.
Let's see what the situation is. Not opening it, but examining the door. Is it open?
It's not open, it's closed, but it does not appear to be locked. Like, there isn't a locking mechanism. It's just a simple push it open and go kind of door.
open a crack and disappear into the hallway.
All right. Opening the door crack, it doesn't seem to head out into a hallway, but rather heads out into a large living room, by the looks of it. You can see against one of the walls, there is a long counter, sort of up here somewhere, where you would imagine the preparation of food to take place. There is a large dining table in the middle of the space, with a bunch of chairs surrounding it. Off in the against the southern wall, you can see a little... I mean, it's a small table with a chessboard on it. And directly across, you see another window with yet more sunlight streaming in, and against the wall to the north, another door, that one closed, and does appear to be locked.
Okay, I
We're
get
gonna
it,
have
we're in
that-
his house, but where is he?
We're gonna have that scene in a minute. Let me guess. You're home? It was. And it was beautiful. So, table, chessboard. Looking out the window, the other window.
All right. Looking out the window, you don't need a roll for this, it's obvious. When you look out that window, for a second, it just looks like empty, the empty sky of Pandemonium, but after a moment, there's a shimmering effect, and you see what looks to be a fenced-in yard come into view. And in that yard, you can see two individuals, small in stature, clearly children, somewhere between the ages of 8 and 12 maybe, both holding wooden swords, seemingly frozen in place as they're play fighting against each other. One of them is a little human boy, sort of messy brown hair, wearing sort of a slightly baggy blue shirt, white pants, has this big grin on his face, and the other is clearly Saran as a child. And you can faintly hear through the window the sound of wood clacking against wood.
Does it look like there's a familial resemblance between the two?
Doesn't look like it, no. I mean, the boy is the other boy is human.
Well, yeah,
Saran
I've
is a
always
Mithra.
wondered whether Saran was mixed blood, though, since his cat ears are on the sides of his head, not at the top.
That was more of a artistic interpretation from Riff, I think. Oh, Hades!
I am here.
We kind of got started late anyway, so you didn't miss
the
much.
same enthusiasm I've got today.
Well, between work keeping me late and now I've got a storm with a tornado possibility heading right towards me, so...
Circumstance hates us. I repeat that joke.
Yeah. All right. So you haven't missed much, Hades, because we only got started a little bit ago. To get you real quickly caught up, the group has found
The Widow
themselves.
Swan.
Yeah, the group has found themselves in what appears to be Saran's childhood home, and you spawned in a bedroom with a bookcase and some old odds and ends of Saran's, including a bunch of books in a bookcase about swordplay and heroes and old battles and magic and chess. And out in the main living room, Neothil looked out a window to see a child Saran sword fighting with a apparition of a human boy.
I got a critical fail in awareness.
Yeah.
Yes. Alistair looked at a bed for a bit, and then
Wow.
Rocket.
Like, "Yep, that's a
Rocket
bed."
Asked, Rocket looked
Yep,
at him.
this
kind of
indeed
dimming
is a bed.
about And
The best
asked,
kind
what
of
damage
bed.
could he possibly do? Because Rocket does things like that. Why would you say that?
Tempt fate. Anyway. So, that's about all you missed. So,
Neat.
Yeah, we've been going only 20 minutes.
yeah. Closer to 16 minutes. But anyway, so that's what you saw out the window, Nee, was just the two kids play sword fighting, seemingly frozen in time between swings.
Does fancy a game of chess?
Not really my thing.
Clearly his, even back then. He certainly took it to heart, didn't he?
As
Much
you
wielding a sword.
As you're approaching the chessboard, guys, as you're getting closer, you can just faintly see some more ripples in the air, like distortions caused by intense heat waves. And through those ripples in the air, you can faintly make out another pair of apparitions like the ones outside, again, frozen in place. It's another apparition of a child Saran, But sitting across from him, playing chess with him, it looks like a human girl instead of the boy from outside. And just giving a cursory glance at the board, she is whooping his ass in this game.
You know, one who became a disciple of darkness, he had quite a lot of friends back then.
Everyone was a child once. Even
Yes.
Diabolos was once a sibling. Rather than.
I will say,
Kudos.
Neothil, since you were sort of in the mindset of looking for familial resemblances between the human boy and Saran, you do see just the faintest resemblance between this girl and the boy outside.
Brother and sister.
Things, maybe.
Up or left, guys?
Maybe this door here, since we're closer to it?
I imagine up will lead out.
But what does this door lead to?
It's up to you what you try.
Unless you want to split up into two groups.
Well,
I
you're
don't
by
see
the
that as
door.
wise. I think we should stick together.
Splitting the party, that is the wisest choice, because we found out that one time.
You had to bring that up, Nee.
No one's had an angry talking or even chastise a D&D group for splitting up. Just yelled at them, "Don't split the party!" Anyway.
There's one time and we escaped the wrath of the Maw. Or
Anyway.
vine plant monster.
Yes, which was meant to be part of your catharsis that you missed.
Yes, which I will deal with that eventually.
And then the other
Right now,
time,
we have
version of
bigger
it.
things to do.
and then the other time you guys split the party, it actually went surprisingly well.
Which time you're referring to?
I was in Costa del Sol.
I mean the
Oh
stealth.
yeah, it did.
Yeah, the stealth elf bit.
Elf.
Despite your
For the win.
incessant attempts to stop me.
You did very well, all things considered. But yes,
Speaking of which, you could just peek through the doors because you're mistress of stealth.
I can, and speaking of the heist, if things go wrong, Drunk Thanatos always seems to work very well.
alright, well,
You're drunk so often that even when you're sober, you can be very convincing.
alright. So you peering through the door?
Sure.
Alright. This door actually latches and has like a turning knob. So are you like pushing it open or just like trying to like look through a keyhole or something?
Like before opening a crack, not all the way. Just
Right. Opening it up a crack, you are immediately hit by the smell of fresh air, and the sound of the seagulls cawing outside gets
Front
much
door.
louder. This door leads outside.
I was wrong. This is the front door. Other door first.
Fair enough.
Or do you mind grabbing it?
Yep.
All right, Alistair, heading for that door. So you go and you take hold of the northern door's handle, and you go to turn it, but it does not budge at all. But the second your hand touches it, you do hear faint voices on the other side of the door.
Oh.
Kind
I
of
was gonna
muffled.
say this.
Go ahead.
The door won't budge, unfortunately, unless Anatos wants to give a crack at his lock-picking skills, or have to listen in, I
History.
guess.
History of doors has taught me that putting a boot to it seems to be the best option. But
So you're gonna boot the door.
what
But
can you
first,
hear
let's
on
see
the
if
other
we can
side
make out-
first to redeem
Yeah.
yourself to the bed?
Hopefully. I was just gonna say, but before we knock down doors, let's just see if I could hear something.
All right, putting your ear up to the door. You don't have to roll it. It's muffled, but it's clear enough to make out without a roll. You hear two voices, adult, male and female, talking back and forth.
Don't you think you're being just a bit too tough on him? He's just a boy.
I know. But I have to be tough on him. If I'm not, you know as well as I that he won't learn the lessons he needs to learn. He's got a stubborn streak.
Oh, and I wonder where he got that from.
You, obviously.
Keep talking like that, mister, and you'll be on the couch.
Some shared laughter follows. A brief pause.
Look, in all seriousness, you need to go easier on Saran. He's your son, not your private. What he needs from you is encouragement and faith, not harsh lessons and harsher punishments.
I just want him to make something of himself. He has so much potential, he just needs the right push to bring it out.
Well, there must be a good balance between stern teacher and loving father you can strike.
I suppose so. I'm sorry.
That's fine. We'll figure it out.
Then it fades into silence.
Potential, huh? That worked
From
out.
what I can gather, Father's a bit strict at him, but had good intentions to recruit him for, well, service with some form of soldier or whatever it may be.
Wonder if they're alive. Part of me almost hopes not, because that is a severely dashed hope.
And despite there was laughter, it does sound a little bit dysfunctional. I have a really bad feeling about this.
Toss, open the door, just check what's in there. Leave no stone unturned.
Alright. So, how you going about
Make
that?
way.
So wait, am I just kicking the damn thing, or am I?
I mean, unless you want to repeat that time in Rasu where we were trying to do a lock for ages and then we kicked it anyway. It's a D&D and it's a door.
Fuck
Yeah.
this door.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kick it.
Alright, make a force check.
And the number is 15. That would do
15.
it.
Alright. So you kick the door really hard, and it does splinter inward, revealing the room on the other side to be what appears to be a larger bedroom than Saran's. But it's weird. Everything in this room has a sort of fuzzy, indistinct look, like it's only partially remembered. Things are kind of wispy and look like they're in the middle of dissolving, like ink in a glass of water.
Anything in there
Oh.
Saran actually remembers?
Nothing distinct or cement. It's all very fuzzy. And no apparitions.
What do I see out the window?
Looking out the window, you see much the same view that you had looking out Saran's window, just from a slightly different angle. Just the view of the village.
Alright. Out we go then.
All right.
Yep. I don't think there'd be anything in the drawers or anything like that. Unless you
Well,
want
it's
to go
real
digging.
anyway. Well, no, quickly.
All right, well. All right. So you step out through the front door and out onto a grassy dirt path that curves up. And while through the windows you got a pristine view of the whole village and island it rests on, here it's more like the sort of guided pathways that you had on your first trip through Pandemonium. But as you step out onto that grass path, you can just faintly hear in the distance echoing words. Many of them indistinct, but it just sounds like people talking. Just chatting. You're even pretty sure you can hear Saran's voice, albeit young, mixed in there somewhere, but the words are indistinct. Hard to make out. Off in the distance, from this seemingly just suspended floating land bridge, you can see other large islands on which pieces of this village appear to be suspended, floating around in the air, and the whispers and voices you're hearing seem to be emanating from them. distant and ephemeral, but present. Following the path for a little ways, it curves slowly upwards, and you see it leading into what appears to be a path of cobblestones, framed by large Mikatine trees. Continuing.
Careful. Last time we were here, we were attacked by shades of our past. So I hate to think what shades.
Kind of... Wow.
You come up and say the exact same thing.
Yeah, you say it if you want.
No, it's fine. You do it.
Okay. I hate to think what shades he have in his story.
Word for word.
Mm-hmm.
Well, anyways.
Jinx.
Indeed.
Continuing on up the path, and up until you're framed by these trees, it's almost like, you know those sort of isolated shrines you see in a lot of, like, Japanese anime? With, like, the stone arches leading up to them and the cobbled paths and all that? It looks kind of like that, except the shrine at the end is more like a large wooden schoolhouse. There's a large stone patio, and on to the left and right you can see some wooden training dummies by the looks of it, and like little racks of practice weapons lined up against them, and a pretty chunky wooden door set into the front.
Schoolhouse. Any windows on the front, or is it just a plain door?
You do see some windows, yes.
Peering into a window.
All right, peering into one of the windows and looking inside, you can see a large dojo-like room, and you can see a lot of formless silhouettes scattered around, but mixed in among those indistinct shapes, you see a slightly older version of Saran and those two children he was with back in his house, sort of sitting respectfully in front of a slightly uplifted platform near the back of the room. And on that platform, you can see what appears to be a middle-aged human individual, dressed in sort of a old but thick brown clothes with this hefty green cloak around his shoulders, kind of messy but at the same time kept. Black hair sort of slicked back and a few wrinkles in his face. Brown eyes sort of pacing back and forth, talking to the assembled individuals. But you can't hear him through the window.
Well, I guess we should enter. I don't mind taking the front on this one.
You are the wall.
Here we go.
All right. Pushing open the door, the man's voice becomes very distinct and clear. But at the same time, the words are kind of hard to parse, as if they're only half remembered. You hear brief mentions of fundamentals of magic. Want to be careful with inner pools of energy that are finite. This guy appears to be giving a lecture on the fundamentals of magic. And eventually, he comes to a stop in front of Saran, who lifts his hand. Yes, my boy?
So when are we going to start actually learning spells?
Soon enough, especially for you. I think you're probably the quickest study of magic I've ever seen. Then the apparitions stop moving, freeze in place.
As I feared, a true prodigy of magic. What a waste, though.
The siblings that he's friends with, one of them I'm betting is going to be a girlfriend later. Any on their desks, any sort of signifiers of their names, who they are, workbooks, anything else? Parchment.
No desks. Like it's like proper they're sitting in the middle of the floor on little cushions.
And there's just a wall ahead with another door here. Yes.
Yep.
Open it a crack.
All right, opening up that door crack, you're greeted to a larger room that appears to be filled with various bookcases and little offshoot doors that don't seem totally tangible. You can see a larger door in the back, and as you're sort of peering your head and you see hanging out by that door, again, looking just a touch older, you can see, again, Saran and those two children, his friends. And Saran looks to be, nursing like a bruise on his arm.
Are they saying anything?
They do appear to be in the middle of conversation of some description, but at the moment the words are indistinct.
You open the door more.
Pushing open the door some more, their words come into focus, and you hear Saran just complaining, did you have to hit me that hard, Ryle? And the boy, Ryle, shrugs. I mean, hey, it's not my fault I'm better at sword fighting than you. And hey, look at it this way. You'll always have me beat when it comes to chess. Yeah, that's because Lallis is the chess master of our little posse. Hey. And the girl Alice just sort of rolls her eyes and lightly punches Ryle on the shoulder.
Oh, get over yourselves, you two.
Yeah.
Little party. Vanar said that Saran was an adventurer, right? Before.
But he also said that Saran was alone when they met.
So the question is, what happened to the two party members he was with?
I don't think it's much of a stretch to say we know the answer already. We've had
Yes.
close calls ourselves, not every adventuring group makes it.
Yes, but the thing I fear, was it something that was beyond his control, or him? There is
Whatever it is,
bit of-
broke him.
He does seem a bit touchy about certain things about his friends. But there's only one way to find out.
Even then, though, what drove him, in the end, to betray the world they were a part of? No luck.
Right.
Sometimes negative emotions get the best of anyone, which is why it's always best to try to stay in check.
It's not an excuse for what he's done.
Ditto.
Well, certainly not.
Look at this place. It's very much like Marasu.
Smaller. Out of the way.
However, he lost them. He betrayed them as much as anyone else.
Which
We
is
need more
why he
context,
will
but
pay for his sins.
looking at this girl and this lad, what do we think they might say today if they saw their old friend?
I think they'd be horrified, and will no longer want to be friends with him.
Love is never so simple, but maybe. Still, he's leading us on this game. His explanation.
Yeah. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I.
God damn it.
No, Rocket! No, we're not. Thank you for that.
I know, I wanted to make a joke, though.
That old meme that never dies.
Oh, please, by all means.
He just pats Rocket on the head.
But what have I told you?
Warm and
Memes
tingly.
Never
Good as-
die.
Alright, well. How do you proceed? It's after that exchange that these apparitions flash freeze like the others outside.
With the spirit of Rick Astley behind me, I open the door.
Let's see what's behind door number 3.
Realizing it's 2010 YouTube.
Alright, so pushing open this door, which is more like a larger, like, cargo inload door, so to speak, where like you would expect like a chocobo wagon to come rolling in and unload some stuff. pushing this door open, you're greeted to a scene that does not appear immediately fitting, I guess, in that this doesn't look like this is what should be on the outside of the door, like you're skipping through space. You see up ahead another dirt path framed by more idyllic trees around them, sort of framing it all very nicely, and at the end of the path, in the sort of a worn natural plaza of sorts, you see this swirling stone monument. Now, the more you look at it, the more you realize it's a sort of abstracted depiction of Leviathan coiling around a whirlwind of water, a typhoon. Bits of her long, scaly form obscured by the swirling of the waves. It's very impressive to look at. And you can see, and again, you can see Saran, Ryle, and Lalas sort of hanging out around this monument as if this was like their high school haunt, if you will. And they appear to be in their mid-teens at this point.
Older and older.
Usually how backstories go.
I'd be concerned if they were reverse aging.
Benjamin Button much?
No familiarity with that reference.
There's a guy who is born old and dies as young. Anyway.
Yeah. Wasn't there a movie of that, if I recall?
Yep.
Yes.
Anyway, so,
That's the one I've seen.
y'all approaching the monument?
Yep.
All right, so, as you draw closer to the monument, you can hear a conversation between the three coming into focus. Gonna be 18 in a few weeks. You guys sure you want to come along? You know it's gonna be dangerous. Of course we're sure. We've all been glued to the hip since we were little. We're Team Saran. Like hell am I just gonna let it break apart?
Exactly. And besides all of that, I'd hate to see you go. I'd miss you way too much.
Well, I am a charmer. And a major pain in the ass.
Ryle!
What? It's true! Takes a pain to know a pain, Ryle.
Not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous about leaving home. But if I'm with you two, I know we'll be okay. We'll do great things. I know it.
You heard my sister. We got great stuff to do, so cool your anxiety and accept that you're stuck with us for life. Alright. Thanks, Ryle, Lalas. Thank you both. Feel a lot better knowing I'll have you at my back. When we come home,
We'll have so many stories to tell.
and then they freeze in place.
Question.
Yes?
Saran, how old does he typically look since we've known him this last year?
Over the last year since you first met him in Marasu, he's usually looked to be like in his late 20s, if that's what you're asking. He kind of had like that little peach fuzz around his chin. Just like a little bit of facial hair, but it's very thin. And like that sort of red short sleeve jacket, the blue shirt underneath, the dark pants, and the sort of a waist cape thing.
I recall the outfit. He still wears it.
Yeah, he's got that same kind of look going right now. Just the outfit looks newer.
Has he got Vermilion's Edge?
You see a rapier at his side, but it doesn't appear to be Vermilion's Edge yet.
You've still got that sword, haven't you, Thanatos?
I believe so.
Yeah, you never sold it.
And check the image. Well, I mean, I figured it'd be really it'd be really douchey to sell the thing. Yeah, I still got it.
Though he's made a new one nowadays. What's around the corner?
Looking around the corner, you see another grassy path that heads down into what appears to be a cobblestone dock, like a pier. If you'll give me just a second to get the reveal areas button working. There we go.
And the exit.
And you can see the sort of swirling star that you recognize as from your last visit as the entrance point of the next quote-unquote floor.
Well, number 3 of 10.
Although a quick pause, because I need to quickly grab something. Give me a moment.
It's all right.
Sorry.
I mean, I assume down there we can see them again.
Yeah, you can see them sort of right on that wooden dock there, and you can also see a lot of indistinct, flickering silhouettes that you imagine are just like people milling about their days.
This would be the eerily familiar moment of leaving the Mikotan town and starting on an adventure. Just the 3 of them. It's party members. Do they have any weapons? Any kind of sign of like what class they are?
Looking at Ryle, he has what appears to be a broadsword and a shield, whereas Lallis has a bow and arrow, sort of like a bow sling over back with a bunch of arrows, and you can see a sizable pouch on her hip that you kind of recognize as being like an herbalist's pouch.
Ranger and paladin. Well,
Ranger and warrior specifically.
and you said they're surrounded by shades of like other people who were there but are kind of indistinct.
Yep. Just half-remembered populace.
Sorry for that, I'm back. Let's continue.
Welcome back.
Get closer then. Now that Alistair is around.
All right. So,
Mm-hmm.
as a group, you all make your way down towards the dock, and as you draw nearer, you can start hearing, again, the calls of seagulls around, and the muffled, kind of ephemeral chatter of the crowds that had been present on this day. At this point, the trio appear to be young adults. And you can actually feel the light of warm sunlight sort of hitting you, even though the only light currently being provided in this moment is from that portal to the next floor. You can see Saran, Ryle, and Lallis standing on the dock, and you can hear the sound of harbor bells ringing, and you assume they're right about to step onto their boat. Well, this is it. We're ready. I know we are.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Shall we? Yep. Last one on board's a rotten egg! And suddenly Ryle just bolts ahead and disappears off the edge of the dock. Lallis grunts, "Brother! Wait up!" And she runs after him, leaving Saran behind. He just stands there for a second. Dorks. And turns and looks back towards the village, and you can see a little breeze sort of wash by and some, like, his hair drifting a little bit. He's got, like, the beginnings of that scruff around his chin and lips going down. Even that, like, little waist cape thing he has billows a little bit. I'll make you proud, Dad. I promise. And then with that, Saran turns and walks off the edge of the dock and disappears from view.
On the whole way of broken promises, huh?
Either that, what he becomes is not what his father intended. So therefore, a bigger disappointment.
I don't know what I was implying. I don't think his father intended us to be here today.
I certainly hope not.
Doesn't matter. Let's keep moving.
Like, Mika visibly is clearly not swayed by what she is seeing.
As we're passing through, I gently take hold of her hand.
There's a slight tremble in it, but otherwise seems fine. And you step into that light, and you feel that, again, familiar sensation of displacement as you are moved somewhere else, somewhere new. As you come out of it, the warmth of a Mikatine island suddenly just breaks up. You come out into a large empty space, or an empty chasm rather. This is not anywhere you've been before. You kind of have to catch yourselves for a second as you're on this platform of wrinkly gray stone surrounded by this pinkish purple liquid that expands out into all directions, disappearing into long canyon-like corridors that appear to be made up of layers upon layers upon layers of squished down and compressed matter, stone, bone, flesh, all partially decayed into this purplish gray mass that rises up as high as the walls of the Grand Canyon. You can hear this rushing wind high overhead, screaming through the corridors above, and above that you can see more of those drifting stones that you saw on the first floor, those colossal chunks of the old world still floating about. You have entered Pandemonium Detritus.
Ooh.
Again, towards the bottom
Third
right.
floor, things are getting worse.
All right.
Well,
Does this feel like another memory, or is this just darkness?
This is not a memory. This is an imagination.
Of
This is,
Pandemonium.
yeah, this is, you sort of get this, impression in your head that this is still in the early stages of Pandemonium's formation, when the leftover bits of the old world are sort of being recycled and repurposed, and the leftovers are just discarded into this place.
I mean, does the canyon look geographically like any place we'd know on the map?
No. This canyon is warped and distorted and doesn't seem to make any sense the more you look at it. It's distorted and warped in all kinds of ways.
I was wondering whether he was dumping the refuse in the pit that used to hold the tower.
Does not look like it.
Barren world that used to be ours that he's reforging. So, I assume that we're going to be alternating, and this is going to be the more dangerous one. Keep an eye out for demons. This is their world.
Where do we go?
What can I see down that direction?
Well, first of all, Nee, as you are taking a step off of that platform, I need you to make a force check.
Darkness. Right. Am I going to be finesse? Not bad roll. 12.
12. Unfortunately, no. As you go to take that step down, your foot descends into this, purplish liquid mass and gets stuck as it, clings to you, and you just feel this hissing burn seep into your calf muscles, and you take 84 points of unmitigated damage.
The armor of darkness doesn't do anything against the darkness.
This is an acid floor, man. So for contextualization, in this map, anything that is purple hurts you to stand in. So you would be right about here, Neothil.
Can I just pull Neo back, please?
Yeah, I only put a foot in, just kind of retract.
What do I have to roll for that?
It again would be a force check.
Okay.
Can I help with this since I'm also pulling?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and add together your force bonuses for this.
That's good. Because I rolled a 7.
I have a force of 4 plus your force.
Alright, my force is, give me a moment, 5. So altogether I rolled a 12. So yeah.
12.
Oh, you rolled a 7 plus 9,
Yeah.
so 16.
Oh,
Okay. All right, that beats the DC of 15. So, sort of hooking your arms under knees and giving your body pull, you manage to yank your now very burned leg out of the muck. And as you do, you see these little, like, little tendrils sort of reaching after you as the hole made by your foot starts to fill back in as the sludge slowly closes back up.
Well, that's unpleasant.
don't worry, Lee, I'm here.
Were you expecting this to be a vacation?
Oh,
Well, it looks like we have to jump to ledge. I might as well heal your foot.
did I at all see what was down that direction?
Looking down that way, like you can kind of see a bit of it from here. It looks like it leads into a bunch of differing paths down that way.
I'm gonna cast my normal spell, but I haven't used that in ages. Goodness me.
Which spell?
I
think he
it
means
was
cure.
Curaga?
You
Or
mean
cure?
cure?
Basic
Okay.
cure.
Mhm.
Basic
I mean,
cure.
you're not really that hurt, so yeah, that should do.
Yeah, just normal cure should help.
And it's
Which
less
reminds me,
fatigue.
what is cure?
Cure
Because I
is
haven't used
7
that in
MP, and
ages.
it restores mind times 2 plus 2d6 HP to your target.
I think it's 7.
Alright.
Thanatos, do you think you could use a basic stone spell to take some of this canyon wall and such and create a path?
I mean, there's always the other way.
Hmm.
Yeah, I'm talking about that way, but we still have to jump for it.
Well, yeah. So I guess it's an athletics check to jump.
Yeah.
Yes, and I know your history of jumping between platforms.
Hmm. I mean, unless
Thanatos is
Nick
jumping
I-
to the other.
Uh,
Thanatos
unless-
is jumping to the platform over here.
All right.
well, before that,
no, I think
there are
he's
two
done it.
other options.
It's too late, and it is already raking his roll. 13?
No.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not that hard of a jump for you at this point, so you make the leaping easily enough.
And I guess we're jumping.
I mean, Rocket can just fly over, so easy for her.
Should save our strengths for problems.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I'm taking it that's Mika,
That's Mika. Yep.
That's
and
not
apparently
succeed.
cats can't jump today.
Yeah.
Could she
Oh,
add
no.
how many fate destiny does she have?
Mika has 19 destiny at present.
Add one.
All right.
Just
So-
remember, in
so a total
campaign
of
2, we have to
12.
clarify.
All right.
So
So
that's just slightly under mine, so that should be fine.
yeah. All right. So, and just bear in mind, for the foreseeable future, unless you like stop to do something else, we'll be using these athletics checks to just serve as your baseline for navigation.
Alright, I'm gonna jump following after my girlfriend.
Okay. Roll it.
Uh, 13.
13. Yep. Easy peasy.
Answer, rocket.
Mm-hmm.
Rocket isn't gonna need to roll this because she has defy gravity.
Oh yes, rocket. I forgot. You simply don't care about the laws of nature. You fit right in this power.
Screw gravity. That's pretty much it.
I want to be a pie. Doom. Billy, no.
But yeah, I rolled a 6, by the way, for the cure.
6.
6 HP. Hell yeah.
I mean, what's your mind?
I mean, there's also twice my mind, which my mind is load. Thank you. 26.
So
More
So
than-
is 26 is the double or is 26 base?
26 is the base.
26 base, so
Jesus.
double that would be
52.
So-
plus
the
6,
roll,
58
58.
HP back.
Jesus.
58 HP back.
So you're up to 560. All right. So Rocket makes the jump easily enough.
And now for my athletics check. Please. I'm begging you, dice. Don't be a fail. A 4 and a 5. That's not a fail. Okay.
What's your bonus for athletics?
9. Yeah, 10. So
My bonus is. Fuck me, little text to scroll down to. There we go. 7 athletics.
7.
In athletics?
All
Since
right.
when were you so athletic?
Hey, we've been doing a lot of athletic stuff, so I thought, yeah, I'm going to put it into that.
All right, so
That's
Alistair,
16.
doing, you make the crossing easily enough.
Mm-hmm.
Is this big enough for us to cross?
Single file, and you kind of have to like tiptoe it balance, but yeah, you can cross that. I'm gonna go ahead and
Onwards.
show you some more of what you can see from that island you were on there.
This is a dead end.
it's like there's a way to the left by the looks of it.
Right, so as you advance along this narrow sort of strip of stone, you eventually come to the end of it, and you can see how the paths sort of circle around and reconnect. And you can also see a ways up the other side that seems to lead off more in towards the sort of north of where you started.
Yeah, we're not crossing that.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
that looks like
it's just more of that empty, murky, lightly squelching.
No,
I have an
no.
idea. I have an idea.
Oh, God. I don't know why. I'm getting the fucking bad vibes of the worst Dragon Ball Z movie of all time in animated history. Bio Broly. Because the purple
Atos.
gunk shit.
Yeah. Anatos, are we thinking the exact same thing here?
Yes, I will get the fidget.
Fidget time.
Okay.
Fidget!
That's 3 MP.
We need you to fly around for a safe path. And remember, no mistakes.
All right, so
Mhm.
you summon up Fidget the bat in your hand, and Fidget looks around and is very clearly distressed by your surroundings.
It's okay, little buddy. We'll just have you go far. Go on.
All right, where are you sending Fidget?
Over here.
All right, so Fidget flies that way and eventually comes to what appears to be a T-section of sorts, with a path continuing going straight on and a path going south back the direction you came.
All right. Sending him over here. What does he see?
All right, sending
Probably
Fidget
gonna lead up here.
sending Fidget down.
Yep.
You come into a point that looks like it connects back to where you started.
Okay.
But
Sending him
go
over.
ahead and,
More
well,
back
hold on,
here.
hold on. Have Fidget roll an awareness check, please.
Oh no.
Because you're looking through Fidget's eyes right now, I'm assuming. Roll with your awareness.
Well, yes. I see. What
And
he
remember,
sees.
the further he goes, the more you start to lose.
Well, the further he goes, I
probably.
lose some like taste,
Yeah.
hearing, and
That's
whatnot.
I imagine you lose it all if you basically make him go too far.
If he goes
That's
about
also
a mile out, then I lose everything. Yeah.
It's also significant distances, though. I think we're finding this small cave.
12.
All right, 12. Like, the walls are made up of, again, those sort of compressed down layers of detritus just stacked on top of each other, but you're not seeing anything of note off the top of your head, nothing that catches your flying rodent eyes.
Well, then I guess have Fidget come over here.
All right.
There's also a path down this way.
For the sake of brevity, sending Fidget that way flies for a few minutes, and eventually you determine that that path also leads back to where you started.
Right,
Okay.
Down this way then.
So I guess we gotta hop back over that way.
All right, so everyone else's rolls for their athletics will be maintained, but Thanatos, because you got sidetracked doing something else, you will have to re-roll your athletics moving forward.
Well, that removes one of the questions.
Yeah, if you get sidetracked with a different activity, you'll have to re-roll your athletics. Otherwise, we assume you maintain focus, and you are fine.
Sir, that's fine.
Yep, you are fine. So,
Hmm.
taking your time, you start hopping from one platform to the next. And press on deeper into these layers of refuse and scrap and old waste. And as you're pressing on, you eventually come to what appears to be a much wider sort of area with a sort of like a web of more of these sort of stone pathways that connect various different routes for you to go. You can see several paths that seem to like branch off towards the north in various different ways, but they all wind up curving away and turning in various directions that make it impossible to see specifics from here.
Is Fidget still around?
Yeah,
he
you
should
haven't
still be
dispelled
with
Fidget, so yeah.
He sticks around for a while.
Well, for the little guy to use.
Well, we can still walk. Pretty much.
Can I roll an awareness in that general chamber for any sign of something that might slither out the walls or from the muck? You know, monsters, demons.
Make an awareness check.
A wild muck appears. 12.
12? You're not seeing anything like that. That said, as you're kind of peering around, you do see, like, sort of mangled, disjointed bodies in the walls. And as you're looking, you kind of recognize some of them, and you recognize with a little pit forming in your stomach. You see Fenrir there in the wall, dead and decomposing. Across the way, you see what looks to be Ixion, just embedded in one of the walls as well, also decomposing. The more you look around, the more you realize that there are the partially devoured and decomposing remains of divine beings, including dragons. Like, once you notice the first one, you realize the walls of this entire little clearing are made almost entirely of dragon corpses that are being compressed into themselves under immense pressure.
Any of the gods?
None of the gods themselves, no. But their servants, compressed like fossils.
An illusion.
Saran did say that we'd be seeing what Diabolos wants to create.
I'm sure if Ixion could see himself like this, he'd probably just have a quip.
I think he needs a new decorator. I mean, goodness.
Alright.
Yeah, not the most pleasant thing to look at.
Maybe send Fidget up the upper path, see if he can find the way to the next portal, and get back to Saran's memories than Diabolos's hopes.
Alright, send Fidget up this way.
Dreams.
Alright. Sending Fidget up that way, and I'm just gonna... If you could all place yourselves where you want to be in that clearing.
I guess.
Right. So, sending Fidget further ahead, and because of your current position, Thanatos, I'll let you see over here. So, sending Fidget further ahead, the path continues on with more platforms of more stone sort of scattered about in the high walls. Eventually, Fidget comes to what appears to be another clearing with swirling whirlpools in the muck, just slowly spinning in place.
Well, that doesn't look good.
Indeed, it doesn't.
Hey, Nee, how do you feel about swirling whirlpools of muck?
Not very confident, no.
Yeah, I'd rather not get that stuff on my new armor, thank you very much.
Are they moving around? Can you see through Fidget's eyes?
The whirlpools?
Hey, DM?
The whirlpools
I imagine.
are not traveling, but they are swirling and seem to be pulling in the static muck around them. There's a definite draw towards them, but you don't see them, like, traveling through the muck. They appear stationary.
They appear to be stationary.
Like drains in the bottom of a swimming pool. You get the impression this is like anything that can't be broken down, like this is like the final drainage point for the decomposition of the waste in this space.
One thing that strikes me about these bodies in here, I thought the Tower of Creation, at its full power, was just going to unmake everything.
There would still be some things left over. Things that might be able to resist it if they were strong enough. I mean, he's not going to completely delete all of the geography. Or if he does, he's going to start building up new things.
Oh, I imagined the geography would remain, but he was going to scour life, so we think these might have been those who survived that he hunted down afterwards.
Either that or he leaves them and wants to deal with them personally. He does seem to have that sort of spite going on.
Which may be durable, but I don't want to take my luck with all this gunk around us.
Is there a
Even I have my limits.
Is there a path ahead around the whirlpools?
It does look like there are a couple of paths that keep going ahead, yeah. And just for purposes, I am going to do something here.
Oh no.
Fidget.
I'm dropping in a bat.
Hello,
I'm dropping in a
Just
bat
so
for Thanatos to control, just so that we can keep track of where the fuck.
When was it that we first used Fidget?
I don't fucking know. You've used Control Pest a few times, but you didn't name Fidget until I think you were descending to try and find Ixion.
Yeah, I think.
Fidget is special.
I mean, that's the first time. I mean, that was the first time I used a bat. I remember the first time I used Pest, it was to make a robin to follow the Quirrell in the same forest.
Chapter 6. Yeah.
And then
Wasn't that time where one got eaten by blown away by a dragon?
How are we going to incorporate his summoning Fidget in the game?
I don't know, just make them little mini games where you control a tiny thing in stealth sections. I don't know.
Yeah,
That could work.
Anyway, we've got a cat with us now.
Hello,
My,
kitty.
She was scratching at my
So
door.
cute.
You cannot eat Fidget. Fidget is adorable when Fidget is not a spider.
Don't eat Fidget, no.
All right,
Fidget was a goblin.
all right, what are you doing with Fidget there, Thanatos? Where are you sending him?
this way.
All right. Heading that way, Fidget looks around some more, and you are given the sight. Let me tilt up my mic a bit. And you are given the sight of more pathway. If I can grab the right damn button. Sort of continuing ahead. Maya, please don't push my buttons. I need those to not be pushed.
She likes pushing your butt.
She just likes harassing me right now.
What's this do?
All right, and
What does this button do?
looking ahead through this sort of a passage, Fidget catches sight of what appears to be a structure. Ruined and dilapidated. It looks like the ruins of an old chapel.
What's the architecture like?
It looks like the decrepit, breaking down remains of, like, just an old human structure. Something the mortals would make. Just cast
I mean,
down
architecture, is it Volian? Is it Vitaean?
Well, since Thanatos is the one looking at it, have Thanatos make a lore check.
Because that's always good.
He's the one with
Lord,
visual.
nothing.
2d6
Out of
plus
character.
nothing.
Out of character for a moment, whatever it may be, it looks like we have no choice but to take this path, because I think the other one would just lead around to the whirlpools even closer.
See if we can get the optimal path from Fidget and then
Like that
follow
bit.
it.
I think I found the optimal path.
Well,
Because
this
if
path is
we
clearly
went
going to go
the
into
other way, we
the
would have gone to the whirlpools.
I think there's a way
Alright.
around from what
Anyways,
Fidget saw.
Maya, stop rubbing my legs. Get out of here. If you're gonna just harass me,
Uh-oh.
then you need to go.
Cat
Is the
attack.
point where Maya does a coup and becomes our new DM?
I am your DM now.
All right. So anyway,
Bring me your
with
fish.
Thanatos's 9, it looks more like Galerion architecture. Like you guys have been all over the continent, so this looks like this has the same sort of general spiritual aesthetics as what you might expect to find in the Galerion domain.
Like Garlat?
Guardian-esque.
Yeah, like Garlat.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
So-
look like
so-
it's from Garlat itself, or if it was, you didn't see or enter this building at any point, but it has that sort of style.
I take you tell us this.
It.
Yeah, I'm assuming that
no-
I'm assuming that Thanatos is giving you all like the play-by-play of what he's seeing.
So
Mhm.
that suggests that wherever this imagined future is, we're in the Garian domain somewhere. Or what was the Garian domain?
Either that or he just threw it in here.
I feel like he just threw the bodies and they constructed around the place, well then he threw an entire building. I think there'd be much left of the building.
Hard to tell.
I mean, I saw what happened when Thanatos was on top of a 10 wall, so...
That was the dragon, not me.
Anyway, what you doing?
I guess we start heading that way.
All right.
I suggest clinging to the walls, although you could check this path here, but I still reckon it's just going to lead to the whirlpools.
All right.
Yeah, I imagine that's just going to lead to the whirlpools.
as we're getting
avoid those.
closer, is there any sort of like tug or trying to put us in?
Any what?
Also, do we need to re-roll any athletics? Because that's a big jump that he just did.
Thanatos will need to reroll, but everyone else's athletics are holding.
Remember, folks, as soon as we get over here, cling to the walls and be careful.
Yep, Thanatos,
There
you're
is
good.
walls to clean.
Right, so it's slow going as you're often having to like squeech to the side and make room, and a lot of these places only have enough room for 1 or 2 people at a time, but slowly but surely, taking your time and being careful, you continue making your way forward, sort of hugging along the wall as you're advancing.
Yeah,
And soon
is there-
enough,
as we're getting close to the whirlpools, is there any sort of like pull towards them?
not in the air, but you can like look down at the muck and you can see the muck is slowly being drawn towards it, so stepping into the muck in this vicinity would probably start pulling you closer to the whirlpools.
Alice is right. Stick to the walls.
Yep, cling
Alright.
on to them and hold dear life.
Alright. So you follow the
any,
path.
Any sign of creatures or enemies?
Make an awareness check.
As much as I would like to go first, but he's leading the way.
16.
16. You're not seeing any sign of demons or creatures aside from the decomposing bodies in the walls.
Make no way to fidget.
Alright. So you all follow the way Fidget went, and soon you all get to the point where you can see the chapel, and I need to inform someone that I can't get ready to help unload. I'm DMing D&D right now. Alright, so. But eventually, Thanatos, Mika, Alistair, Rocket, or Thanatos and Nee, really, since you're the 2 main ones who can kind of get into visual range, you get sight of the chapel up ahead.
Alistair, you don't happen to recognize this structure, do you? You're from Garion.
Hmm.
I know it's a long shot if it's not the place you've been, but I don't know.
Well, if I do, I'll have the wall for that.
You kind of squeeze past Mika and Nee so that you can get a look at it, and looking at it, it's not ringing any bells. You recognize the architecture as definitely being like what you would see in your home, but you've never seen this specific building before.
So we
The
could
shop-
be anywhere between
mean, the-
Gala and Wenland Crossroads.
The design looks similar, but I do not recognize the building.
It could be anywhere in
Sorry.
that entire kingdom.
Maybe send Fidget into it.
I also sent a message in the chat.
Alright, so. You send Fidget forward into the chapel, and as Fidget pokes his head in, it appears like any other structures, like, you know, furniture or what have you that might have been in here have long since been cleared out. The pillars are largely collapsed and just rubble. What you do see, however, on the floors are these large mounds of slowly pulsating, gently squeaking, ratty brown fur.
Not that way, then.
And I actually need to roll something.
Oh, spell check from Fidget, maybe.
Oh, that's a horrifying monster.
Alright, so that's their awareness checks. The closer sort of mound of sleeping things doesn't seem to notice Fidget, but the one further back does. And through Fidget's eyes, Thanatos, you see just dozens upon dozens of little glowing orange eyes opening up to glare at Fidget before, as one, this just pile of little rats lets out this loud, high-pitched before scattering. And the screech they let out is very loud. Outside, all of you hear it clear as day.
Maybe dispel Fidget quickly.
The other swarm is wakened by the, just as you're dispelling Fidget, you can see the second group is also starting to waken from the noise of the first one, and also lets out a similar shriek as it starts to writhe and fumble into motion. And from where you all stand, you can see these mounds starting to, cluster in around the doorway, scattering out into the muck, and seem to be making their way towards you.
Does the
I was
muck
going to
hurt
say,
them?
can you freeze the doorway, but too late.
The muck does not appear to hurt them. In fact, they appear to be swimming through it with proficiency.
Do they look ambified? I assume they do, because they're living here.
Right, casting Diaga to all of them.
All right, well then, in that case, just as soon as my mouse comes back, I need to get a turn order going.
That's it, killing you both. Big bang attack.
Where the fuck is my goddamn mouse? Oy vey. Why does my mouse keep disappearing? I will never understand this. Either way. So.
Max damage.
What the hell? Hang on.
What the hell? What?
It's not playing the music I want to play. Damn it.
A different track.
I guess I have to. Ow, my ears. Alright, so, Alice, are you doing Diaga?
Yep, max damage.
Max damage. Well, for one thing, what is the damage output of Diaga, anyway?
Oh, give me a moment. This lovely sheet.
It's just power times 7.
Oh, yeah. Shame it's not mined, so my power is 12.
12.
Plus a 6 with that. Oh, another 12, I mean.
Alright. So that becomes a total of 96 at base. And this is holy damage. So it gets doubled.
Yes.
And that's an additional 100% because these are groups of enemies and Diaga is a group target spell. So that...
I pretty much declared big bang attack on them.
Yeah, I can tell. So that is 203 points of damage to both oncoming swarms as they're starting to spill out into the muck. This blinding wave of energy radiates out from Alish's staff and strikes both swarms as they're starting to pile into the water. And several of them start just poofing and disappearing.
Earlier, bad dice. Now, good dice.
All right.
Rocket, any chance you can get a scan on them, see what we're dealing with?
Lumi?
She got able.
Lumi muted.
She is muted. I don't think she's there.
Yeah.
Are you merely muted or
Yes.
are you absent?
I mean, she hasn't piped in a while.
She hasn't.
She fell asleep or was doing something else.
She muted herself, so she had a reason for doing that.
Maybe it
Well,
went out.
Well, either way, for the time being, we can have someone else just perform control for now, if she's not present.
AFK.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there you
Oh,
be.
hey.
What did you need me for?
We're having that swarm of rats there. Any chance of a scan?
I mean, I suppose I could. I don't need a roll for that. Just say I scanned.
Yeah, you don't need to roll. You just need to use scan. It's your action.
Okay.
So,
Just say I scanned.
all right. So, as a standard action, rocket analyst, learn its max HP, MP, status immunities, and elemental reactions. So, these things have a max HP of 660. An individual one has about 33 hit points, as there are 20 of them per swarm.
Jesus.
Yep. They have no MP. Their status immunities, if you will give me a moment here. They have no status immunities. They take double damage from Holy and Ice and are immune to Shadow.
Ice, you say? Mika, ice 'em.
I'm going to quickly elemental arrow ice.
All right. I believe that's a standard action for you.
Yeah.
All right. So,
And then I'm just gonna get ready.
And they have no reaction to fire.
no reaction to fire.
Well, it's still a group spell, so.
Looking at.
Firaga.
They won't be able to reach us this turn. They have to move more than a medium.
So, Firaga, that's. Power times 6. My power. Which now is 24. Fudge. One 51.
Ooh, nice. One.
Firaga. And since they're a group, it's double.
Yep, that it is. All right, so that comes out to a total of 217 damage. All right, so Thanatos, you lift up your scythe, flames gather along the blade, and you give it this mighty twirling swing. Just like a wave of flame blasts into the swarms as they're approaching. And several of them just sort of incinerate and pop from the force of it. Ouch.
Nee, will you be using the barrage of ice?
I can't this turn. Put elemental arrow up.
Fair enough.
That's the action.
And I guess it's all that leaves is the Mika.
Indeed.
Ice them.
The thing is, Mika does not presently have line of sight.
Can she squeeze in between me and Alistair?
Nope, she cannot. The platform is too narrow for her to do that in the heat of battle.
Movement. There you go. Now she's getting
okay.
in.
So she comes up here. She now does indeed have a line of sight. So Mika will use... She will indeed use Blizzara for now, just to conserve MP.
That and these things take double from ice, and Lazara can also be used as a group spell.
Yep, so this will be her mind times 5. So 110 times 2 minus magic armor. So it comes out to 135. Oh, hold on. I actually forgot to also apply the magic reaction. Hold on. All right. 245 damage. fuck. All right, she just incinerates them.
All gone.
All right, so as they're about to start dropping into the, like, those ones that have already sort of like landed in the muck, Mika points the tip of paper cut at the muck there, and it just flash freezes, and the rats inside get caught in place and perish.
Oh, I guess this ice elemental arrow can wait for the next one.
Magic. Gotta love it.
So, is the sign of anything else coming?
Make an awareness check.
Loud screech, and you haven't ended the music. 12.
12? You only needed like a 6, because like as the last screeches of the dying rats fades away, you can see a little swirl of purplish smoke starting to come out of one of the walls in front of you.
Enjoy.
And you see this skeletal face starting to emerge from him with little orange pinpricks, and this another floating skeletal hand comes out to meet it. You ain't quite done yet.
Oh, great.
Does this count as an undead?
You don't know.
Yes, it appears to be undead.
Well, at any rate. So. Give me a moment. So. This creature, this phantom that is pushing into reality in front of you, is going to expend 200 MP to cast Black Hole. I need everyone in front of it to make opposed finesse checks.
Oh, shit.
Fuck.
You need to beat a 15.
Of course we do. Everybody in front of it, so that means me, Alistair, and Nika,
Basically the entire group.
Well, but Rocket and Nee have a wall between them.
Fair enough. Either way, Mika succeeds.
Hey, I need to roll it.
I succeed.
You succeed?
What'd you get?
2 4s plus an 8, which is my finesse.
That's 16, yeah.
All right.
Succeed.
All
Well,
right, so Mika
Say
succeeds.
goodbye to Thanatos, peoples.
You have...
Thanatos fails.
You have points if needed.
How many points do I have? 16, yeah. I'll expend 1. I'm not doing
Anything
this.
above a 1 and you're fine. Nay.
All right, Thanatos passes. Has Nee rolled yet?
I've got a wall between me.
All
Me
right.
and Rocket have walls.
Okay,
between
so just a trio of successes with a bit of application of destiny. And so this pandemonium phantom spreads out its arms and opens its toothy maw wide, and this black hole appears in the middle of its mouth. There's this powerful pulling sensation on you three, and even me and Rocket feel it, but they have enough barrier that sort of like grab onto the wall and just stay put. Thanatos, Alistair, and Mika, you feel the pulling on you, but you manage to like plant yourselves and keep from being sucked in and avoid being reduced to 25% of your max HP.
Ow.
Isn't that an ancient time magic spell?
Might be.
Pretty sure it is.
Either way.
Yeah.
So that was that. Well, hold on. Because you see another one rounding the corner.
What? Not notorious then.
Not notorious, no.
Which means, if they're not notorious and they're undead, if we want to use some, how many do we have?
I mean, we can also use life.
That too.
Either way.
Alistair.
Yes,
So,
because
yeah.
like I said, they are dead, so wouldn't they have the same weaknesses?
Oh, we think
as
they're
a
undead.
certain other one?
Yeah, you think they're undead. You haven't actually tested that yet.
Unless Rocket could get a scan on them again.
I mean, she can. If they're not notorious, she absolutely can.
That's
Go ahead and do it.
All right, Lumina uses scan on one of the Pandemonium Phantoms. You discern that they have a 500 max HP, 400 max MP. They are immune to Petrify, Transform, Poison, Stop, Stun, and Charm. And they absorb Shadow. They're immune to Earth, and their classification is Arcane.
Haha! I have a thing for that.
What?
Go ahead, Nate.
Wait, what?
One of my tier 3 limit ability, Hunt Arcana, double damage to all creatures of the Arcana family.
Oh, great.
Oh, for a second there, I thought you said
Came in handy.
that in another meaning.
Nice.
I didn't hear it, so.
Okay, so they're not undead.
They are not undead now.
Okay, so we're gonna have to do this the old-fashioned way.
First, Nate, you want to...
If we could
here.
budge up our people a bit.
Oh, here. My athletics still fits, right?
Because you're in combat, you'll have to make your athletics roll again.
Son of...
Like, everyone's gonna have to be rolling athletics while in combat because your attention is divided.
Yeah.
15?
15.
Yeah, that'll do it. Where you
Yeah.
headed? Okay, just jumping across.
Give me some room.
Valista and Mika could scooch to the side just so I can squeeze past so I can get to that island.
No.
So
I shall
there you go.
attack.
Just get into range and I cover you.
So I can go there. I can
Alright.
make it.
Who's Alistair covering?
Knee.
Alright.
You're already covering me from last session.
Alright, you making that a melee attack?
That is a melee attack.
That just hits.
Ooh,
Okay, so 13. Now, didn't say these things were fiends either, did it?
They are not fiends, they are arcane.
Okay, so I don't get any bonuses. Yay me. So I need. Well, at least this is still a tier 8 weapon. 24 times 8. 192. $98. 198.
198. Nice. That's pretty good damage there. So, as you jump across the gap and you bring Deathbringer around and embed it into the side of this creature's massive skull-like head, it buries itself in, but doesn't seem to do quite as much damage as you would like. These things have an absurdly high physical armor. It takes a total of 73 points of damage.
Well, fuck. Well, I still get all my MP back, bitch.
That you do.
Also, just because I may have missed it, what were their elemental weaknesses?
They absorb shadow and they're immune to earth. They don't have any particular reactions aside from those.
Can I make a jump next to Thanatos?
You know, these things aren't fiends. Can I just have something that can take just a little shadow damage?
Anyways, what'd you say, Nee?
Can I jump next to Thanatos?
Sure, make an athletics check. The DC will be slightly higher because you already used most of your movement, I think, to get to where you were, or is that Thanatos?
I used 0.4 of the movement.
Okay, so the DC will be slightly increased to make this jump, but go ahead and make the athletics check.
Fuck, that means I have to
15.
15? Just does it.
Jesus!
Why?
I was like, 15, that makes it easily. Just does it. Gee.
Yeah. Alright, so you managed to jump the gap.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot it, and I'm gonna stab it.
Alright, 2 attacks. Roll it.
Yeah.
The shoot and the stab?
Yeah, dual wield.
Yeah, because you're in close
Yeah.
range.
And it will do double damage, because, since I have... Oh, it's my favorite enemy. So,
Indeed.
in
Roll it.
D&D terms.
Why does Ranger have a thing for arcanes?
It's my limit ability.
I mean, that's why I'm asking. Like, why does ranger.
I think Neothil pick. I think you pick your
Yeah,
favorite enemy type.
Tier 3 limitability, it was one I could pick an enemy classification of any of the enemy classifications. That would be my favorite, and I would do double damage to that classification. I chose Arcana because I already had Fiend Killer on my armor now, so.
My arcane.
Because everything, all the others in the list have been there, done that, and probably won't get to encounter again?
Fair enough.
Yeah, that was right! Okay,
Wow,
so anyway, this is to hit shooting. Accuracy 11. A lot. 19.
19. Yeah, that's.
That's time for that ridiculous damage.
All right, so 232 doubled, so 464.
All right, give me a moment here. I'm just double checking how the modifiers things work real quick.
So you can't go over 500%.
Yes, yeah. So all right. So what was the damage output?
464.
Jesus, 464. Well, tell me what the base number was first.
Half of that, so 232.
All right. Comes out to a total of 339.
All right, and stab.
And let's say, how much health did you say these things had?
500 at max.
Okay, so
Do the roll.
it should be pretty close.
16.
To it.
16 will hit.
Okay, yeah, this next hit should kill it.
Accuracy of 11 in my armor. That's 139 doubled.
All right, that's another 153. That sucker is gonzo. So
Nice.
Neithu, you come jumping across the gap. You fire off your crossbow bolt that sort of hits square between the Phantom's eyes, and then as it's reeling back, you land in front of it. Reverse your grip on your dagger so that you're holding, or like you hold it so that it's like you just bring up the pommel and drive it into the butt of the arrow shaft, and or rather, right where the beam of energy from the crossbow hit, and the skull just shatters from the force of it. Kind of like in SpongeBob when Squidward is teaching SpongeBob how to sculpt, and just a single tap it reveals this illustrious thing, but instead of an illustrious thing, it's Squidward just shattering his brick. It's kind of like that. All right, so that's Thanatos and Knees goes. Who next?
I mean, what number would have to be the follower knee? Because I'm covering her.
You mean just to jump across?
Mm-hmm.
To jump across, it'll just be an athletics check.
I was about
You
to
can
say,
probably-
I think,
What number?
I mean, he
Probably
hasn't.
target it from there.
I mean, he hasn't moved, so
And as it is, yeah, you can hit that thing from here because it's closer than the rats were when you blasted them. So
yeah, but it doesn't take any extra damage from holding.
maybe not, but Dialga is his highest damage dealing attack. So ultimately, it's up to Alistair what he does.
Yeah, I don't want to risk jumping over there, so I'm gonna shoot Diaga.
All right, that's another ADMP. Thumpa.
Let's see, a 3 and a 5.
3 and a 5.
Plus 26, my mind.
Your power times 7 is the damage output.
I mean, power, I mean, I want, so that's a 12.
Twelve times 12? Your power is 12?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it is. All right, well then. So that becomes 84. And you rolled a 3 and a 5, you said?
Yep. So that's 8.
So 92. And it's... Alright. So, because this thing doesn't have any particular elemental reactions to holy, that comes out to a total of 42 damage. These things don't have the same magic armor as they do physical armor. Either way, it takes
How
the
much
black...
damage was that?
A total of 42 from Alistair's 92.
So it has 50 magic armor.
Alright. The rays of holy light wash over it. It does not seem as perturbed as the rats did. Let's see here. I believe Mika is the last one to go because Rocket did her thing to scan them.
Aye.
So Mika's going to come running up here.
What does the Mika do?
The Mika will do the Mika thing. If I can open her fucking sheet properly. There we go. Mika will... Let me double check her thing here. Mika is going to pull out a classic spell that she hasn't used in a while, and is going to cast Comet.
Hey.
Hey!
So,
Very little magic armor, so yeah, this may do it.
yeah. So that is going to be 2d6 comets in total. That'll be 7 comets. Let me see here. Where are they? Time magic. Comet. Where the fuck did she get Comet? Comet. Each one will deal her mind times 3. Her mind is 22.
66.
66. So 66 plus 2d6, 7 times. Alright, and we'll just multiply that by 7. Alright, so that comes out to a total of 161 points of non-elemental damage. As 7 flaming rocks come flying out of the book form of paper cut and bombard the Pandemonium Phantom. But with that, I believe that is everyone, because Rocket used her standard action to scan them, which would mean she would be...
Can I switch to cover Mika since...
Sure, that's an instant action to do, so yeah, you switch to covering Mika.
Good.
Cover the squishy.
Alright, and now it is to the Phantom.
He's not gonna do that black hole thing again, is he?
Well, let's see here.
His name is Danny. Danny Phantom.
So did we just kill Danielle?
Yes. Oh shit. Not Daniel.
Are we the baddies?
Alright,
Yes.
so... Please tell me you can all see that.
See what?
Oh, why? Lumina, you've infected it.
Alright, so it's not going to cast a black hole, but it is going to cast Degenerator.
The hell does that do?
It's targeting either Neothil or Thanatos. I'll just randomly decide. It's targeting Neothil because Neothil basically just obliterated its buddy. So, let's see here. Let me double
He is
check
always the threat.
where Degenerator is in this damn thing. Don't crash on me, Roebuck. Come on, show me Degenerator. Alright, Degenerator. Okay, Neothil, I need you to make an opposed finesse check.
Oh, I'm good at finesse. Well, a good one. And that's a real good roll. I wouldn't have crit if that was actually damage I'm dealing and not finesse. That's what
Right. What'd you get in total?
Hold on. Just checking something. Just quick work. 19.
19. So you managed to resist. So,
6 and a 5.
so as the Phantom points a bony finger at you, this little black pearl shoots out of the tip towards you. And you can, like, feel the space around it distorting. And you just sidestep at the last second as the bolt shoots by and crashes into the wall up above. And where it hits, you see, like, a bunch of the decaying matter behind you just decay at a really rapid rate into this brown slush that just kind of blocks off the path where you came.
That's fun.
And that ends the creature's turn.
What does the generator even do?
It's really nasty. What the generator does is each time the target casts a spell, they lose 10% of their max MP, and each time they attack, they lose 10% of their max HP. And the effects of the spell last until the end of the in-game day.
That would have been horrible.
It would have, yeah. But either way, you dodged that, so...
I'm going for it.
Athletics check for the jump.
12.
12? Yeah, that's fine. You managed to make the leap. Ah!
Okay, good. Wasn't as bad as the last one. Of course.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you hadn't used any of your movement, and that was a pretty short jump. The DC was only 10.
Good. So yeah, whip and stab.
All right, roll.
Do. That is a lot again. 18, 20.
20 to hit. All right.
Damage. That's not so good a roll, but fine. 227 doubled.
All right, 227. Comes out to a total of is the 227 before or after the double?
It's before the double.
Before the double.
All right, claim your victory. It only had
Well-
200. It only had 297 hit points left.
Okay. So I'm kind of mad that it, shot plasma or goo or horrific umbral shit at me.
It was like a
So-
tiny gravitational anomaly of pure decomposition.
That. So, gonna, after dodging it, jump over the gap, do a quick roll, draw.
Draw the what? Guys? Uh-oh. Y'all cut out.
Oh no!
Can you not hear
Oh,
us?
there, now I
Whoa.
can hear you. Y'all cut out. What'd you say?
She is shooting.
Yeah,
God
I land,
bow
action
into the
roll,
gullet.
god bow up, into gullet, pull trigger, pew, lasers.
All right, so it pretty much just shatters up and out with this last little and vanishes.
Reloading my arrows, because that was my second and last one.
So, Tom, is there anything in this game you're not OP against?
Well, if it's not Fiend, then it's not Arcana.
Which is pretty much the basis of what we've been fighting most of the campaign.
I don't know, you could throw a cave troll at us or something.
I'm just gonna throw a regular human at you.
My weakness! Random guy called Jerry.
Jerry. Jerry is like
Another-
Marius Lapointe. He's a total dipshit because he hasn't killed anyone yet.
Yeah.
Then again, I think if we met a random guy called Jerry, you've got his number, Mr. Shadow.
Yeah. See, why can't we just fight humans? I can deal with humans.
We did fight humans, and then we started fighting gods, and gods don't have many humans in their employ.
Fair enough.
Anyways, the phantoms and the rats are dead, and the area around you has fallen back into blessed silence.
So, are you capable of resummoning Fidget, or is that done?
He can summon Fidget so long as he has the MP for it.
I mean, I got all my MP back. I can just make another fidget. I can make infinite fidgets.
You can only make one at a time, but there you go. You got Fidget back.
Go fidget.
All right, where are you sending Fidget?
Fly, my little pretty fly.
All right, so sending Fidget on ahead once more. You see the path continue to round with more platforms of stone, bending slowly and slowly towards the right. And the further Fidget goes...
Can you see any sign of big glowy portal things?
And as he continues...
The further Fidget goes, the more you start to notice that the ground here is at a slight incline. The muck beneath you is slowly, or rather beneath Fidget is, that's the wrong button, is slowly flowing towards where Fidget is coming from. You are flying up an incline. Eventually, the path straightens out, narrows for a bit. You can see another path that sort of heads off to one side.
And
poking your head there, you are greeted to it's like a slow molasses waterfall down a gradual incline, heading down towards where you are, with the muck just seeming to pour out from under the sort of last stone platform. And as Fidget is looking around, Thanatos, you catch sight, woven into the walls, as if manually stitched into them, the partially decomposed corpses of the other gods scattered around.
Oh.
At the top of this slushy waterfall, you can see what you believe to be the portal to the next floor, just waiting up there. But it is blocked by two things. The first is the familiar body of Ifrit, sprawled out on the ground, face partially mummified, allowing you to see bits of his skull, and standing atop his corpse. This strange, colossal-looking creature. You don't see any signs of eyes or a nose on its strangely elongated face. Its mouth is absurdly long, almost like an earthworm sticking out of a pair of lanky, twitchy, multi-jointed shoulders that just has tentacles dripping off of the upper mouth and upper jaw. A long forked tongue slathering with something drips and coils around a section of Ifrit's body before ripping away a chunk of flesh. Its multi-jointed front legs fold back, and you can see a bunch of tentacles just wriggling in the air like needlessly long toes. A long, whip-like tail lashes excitedly in the air behind it, tipped with a red point that drips with similar liquid to the tip of its tongue. It's just ravenously feasting on Ifrit's corpse.
That thing.
That's disgusting.
Your brain in the shower is weird.
And as it is devouring the body, it starts looking back towards Fidget. And you see the flaps that sort of hold its lower jaw to its upper jaw unfold and fan out. Its lower jaw just drops like a heavy weight, and it lets out this wretched and just starts rapidly scampering towards Fidget at a high speed. Just
I have an idea. Is it?
It's upon Fidget really, really fast. It is moving supernaturally quick.
How is it moving through the muck like that?
The muck just seems to pose no issue to it. So, it is going to make an attack roll against Fidget, and as Fidget is a bat, he has an avoidance of, like, 6.
Fidget will be dispelled.
Oh, yeah. So, Thanatos, you are given a very intimate look at the inside of this creature's mouth as its tongue lashes out, coils around Fidget, and quickly just chomps him in. And you immediately feel the connection break.
Ugh.
It's a good thing he's an arcane creature. Everyone, get into hiding positions. I'm going to try and make a big noise to lure it here, if possible. Ambush it.
You think that'll work?
Just the one, yeah, it's +1 for me.
Yeah, we're getting close to wrapping up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think we'll have
hiding.
enough time for this combat encounter.
Maybe get see. As the last thing, see if this ambush attempt works.
All right, so everyone on board with that plan, finding a place and spot to hide?
Yep.
Well, tell me where you're trying to hide.
Nee will take up a position in the chapel.
All right.
I guess the rest of us will just hang back here.
All right. I would like everyone involved in this attempt at an ambush to make stealth checks, please.
Right.
It's a good thing.
Alsa, I would be
Okay.
somewhere that's relatively concealed.
I'm getting to you.
Yeah, just back here, or
Me-
just just behind me.
Mika
Yeah,
got a
Cover me as
14.
well.
Oh, that's such a jank roll. I'm gonna add a d6 to that because I was only a 12, but I don't like that.
Oh.
Tom,
Yeah.
Well, you're the bait. Congrats.
All right. So Thanatos rolled a crit fail.
15 with a d6 added.
well, bye guys.
All right. So one more thing here.
Fine, the rest of us can ambush it. You can be the juicy worm on the hook.
All right. So as you are lying in wait for this thing.
What about me? You haven't got mine.
Now, what was your number?
I rolled a 5 and a 1, plus my stealth is 7, so 14 like me. I
Okay.
think.
All right.
Yeah.
The 15, so yours is the same as Mika's.
So what happens to
19.
me?
Well, as you are standing there, lying in wait for this thing, you hear it a moment later, barreling down the way. And as if it's just honing in on Thanatos, as if it already knew where he was, it just comes barreling around the corner.
So wait,
I
how is
engage
it-
ambush.
As this creature comes bounding around the corner and looms over Thanatos like, oh shit, you could lift up your staff and wave of light radiates out and strikes against the back of this creature. And you can see bits of its flesh like sort of like peeling away, like flaking off from a powerful sunburn. And it lets out this horrible as it takes the damage. It takes 85 points of damage from that. You determine that it does take double damage from Holy, but it has an absurdly high magic armor of 95.
That's perfectly fine. Good, I fired that.
Almost then full damage for a single attack, so it's not so bad.
Indeed.
I still have my movement, so
Yep. You still have your movement.
You can make it to Thanatos if you want to cover him.
Yeah.
Medium ranged.
which I will have to probably do a like slide around here.
Yeah, so you kind of have to
And
scoot-
cover.
Actually, hold on a second. For one
Oh, hang on
thing,
a minute.
for one thing, two things. First of all, you're going to be traveling through the muck to do that. The muck
Oh
that
yeah,
hurts
there's
to
the
pass
marks.
through.
You have to do you have to go this way around if you're not going through the mark.
So in that
And-
mind, that means I have to roll a athletics check.
Yes. You have to roll an athletics check to make that jump, and also there is literally not enough room for you to squeeze through to cover Thanatos at present, unfortunately. This creature is just taking up the entire passage. So
You got yourself in a bad spot.
So you just stay put then?
Shit. Ah, shit, I just realised something. Damn it!
What?
What?
We could have tried to lower it in here with Thanatos.
Too late. Too late. To be fair, this thing bounding. To be fair, this thing bounding your way was not like entirely your plan. The way it panned out.
True, but I would have laughed.
Somebody rolled a natural one, Hades.
Snake eyes. All right. So, are you still making a movement, Alistair, or are you staying put?
Well, it's probably best I would try to track his attention. So, I want to shoot another spell at it, but I want to drink a potion.
You mean an
I mean,
ether?
if you can't move, you can drink a potion just to up your MP.
Yeah, an ether. What type of ether?
Okay.
Normal, high, turbo?
Which one would get me up to max?
I mean, even just a
That
normal will
alchemy.
get you.
Even just a
Even
normal
normal
ether,
will
thanks
be
to your
close.
alchemist property, would give you 167 MP back.
167.
What's on top of
I
your?
could work with that.
All right, so you
How'd
take
that
a
work for
regular.
that?
All right, so you use your movement action to take a regular ether, and you are back up to 200 and, according to my thing, 254, not 257. All right, there you go. And that is Alistair's go. Neothil, you're up.
I'm gonna try to throw you a bone, Alistair, and I'm gonna use disabling shot.
And go.
Okay. What are you targeting with this disabling shot?
I am trying to lower its accuracy
All right.
by 2.
Okay.
So that's hold on. Oh no! Oh, my. So 18.
18 to hit.
Yep.
Yep.
I'd be worried if it didn't. Okay. So that's -2 to its accuracy straight up, and I need to open calculator to calculate damage. I should have done that earlier. I forgot.
Indeed.
Well, since I'm basically sticking with me, best to cover her because we're literally trying to lure this thing to us. I think.
All right. So 28 times 8.
So don't worry, Nate. I cover you.
Thanks. I'm sure Thanatos will appreciate that in a few moments.
Sorry,
6 seconds.
Thanatos.
And then Storm 22 times 6. All right. That's not bad. 232 points of damage, and it's currently set to ice. If that does anything.
This thing has no elemental reaction to ice. So 232, you said?
Yep.
All right. You do still have Fiend Killer, though, right?
Yep.
This thing is, in fact, a fiend, so...
Yep. I don't suppose it also happens to be an Arcana thing.
Afraid not. It's just a straight-up fiend. So that's a total of
Certainly looks
384
fiendish.
points of damage.
Right, -2 to its accuracy, and I'm going to make the jump.
All right, athletics check. It won't be a particularly high roll because that's not a very far jump for you.
Natural 8 plus athletics 13.
Oh yeah, you make it just fine. The DC was 8 for a jump that short, so you make the leap over just fine.
Gibbity stab. And this ignores all armor. Alright.
Hold on a sec. As a reminder, you have to already be in position for the double attack to work. If you have to already be in close range, remember? I think that's how we ruled it.
I don't... What's the ability? Read off the rulebook. I don't remember that being a thing. I could be wrong. What's it say?
Let me find it. Shit. Nope, that ain't it. Okay, when Nia is wielding a crossbow and a dagger simultaneously, she can make 2 attacks when in a short range against an enemy as part of her typical standard action. This does not allow her to make more than 1 standard action per turn. So since you've already made the shot and then moved,
I
your
should have
standard
moved
action.
first. Alright, I fucked that up.
Yeah.
Still, it's -2 to accuracy, so my main objective's done.
Yeah.
I'll do it next time.
All right. So with that, it is now to the demon, and its attention is still very much on Thanatos. So, as it glares at you, Thanatos, it is going to use its standard action to make an opposed force check against you.
Okay.
Force check.
You need to beat a 12.
You can do that.
If the dice permit.
Oh,
Which they do not.
They do not, no. All right. Well, if that's your final number.
Yeah, I'm not putting Destiny.
All right, so you watch as as the various flaps as hold this creature's lower jaw up, unfurl and flare out like the hood of a python. Its lower jaw just peels open and unhinges. Its tongue suddenly wraps around you, yanks you in. You're like, "Ugh!" Thanatos is swallowed.
hey, this is what happened to me with that worm that one time.
Am I just dead, or is it just...
You're not dead, but you will be taking damage at the start of each of your turns. You cannot take movement actions. Any rolls you make will suffer a -6 penalty, and you'll take 130 unmitigated damage every turn you spend within its stomach. If you manage to deal if you manage to hurt it, though, it'll have to spit you out.
What about the others? Can they hurt it to spit me?
They would have to hurt it from within to make it do that, unfortunately. So, that being said, now that the creature has used its standard action, it's going to use its movement action to jump over here and start climbing the wall.
It's on the one. It's got Thanatos.
All right. Now, it is to the party. Thanatos, you take 130 unmitigated damage.
Yay. So before you guys start shooting, can I try to get myself out of here?
You can certainly try. How do you wish to go about it?
Well, let's start with a... I can't use spells when I'm in here, can I?
I'll tell you what. You can try to cast a spell, but because of the tight confines, it'll be difficult. Make a finesse check for me.
Honestly, no, I was just thinking about it.
Cut its insides out.
I was honestly not going to waste the MP, but here, I'm just going to... You
said could always,
-6?
A -6 to any rolls you make while you're stuck in its stomach.
Okay. Well, I got reliable, so even if this doesn't work, I get 2 attempts to try to cut it with my scythe. Does an 11 work?
An 11? To hit its avoidance? No.
Oh,
Alright. Try number 2.
you need a...
11 again.
Shit.
I rolled 3 11s in a row. What the
Aw.
fuck?
11, 11, 11. That's the release date of Skyrim.
Can
Okay.
you summon Caius inside the stomach and have Caius just use a fireball or something?
Well, I've already rolled twice for attack, so I've already used up my standard action.
Yeah, so... Unfortunately, Thanatos is at present. That's the end of his turn for now, so... But,
Are you
rest of
capable
you...
of taking a potion and squeeze them out?
Alright. What's that, Alistair?
Hmm?
That 2d6 you just rolled, the 5 plus 4.
Wait, what? Oh, for fuck's sake. That's not supposed to... Ah!
What did you do?
So I'm using the fucking laptop's keyboard, so the keyboard's a bit different. I pressed the wrong button. I roll it again. I was trying to freaking cast Diago again. Try again.
Okay.
Switch from your dice to the chat.
2d... Yeah.
Yes,
Because apparently his
regret
webcam
it.
ain't working.
So, here's a question, like... You said, like, before you do the Diaga thing, what was the... Like, knee hit it with a physical attack. What's its physical armor?
Its physical armor is 80.
And I'm guessing magic armor is higher.
88.
Alright, its magic armor is 95.
Okay, so physical will probably be better. Plus, again, your staff
Get my
does-
friend out of your filthy stomach, you damn beast.
Alright, that is another 81 points of damage to this thing as you blast it again with Holy Light. All right. That's your standard action.
Yep.
Who next? Who's up next?
Rocket, do you have anything that can get it to gag? You put down its throat.
Other than feet.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Let's not feed it chicken drumsticks.
Oh god.
yeah, unfortunately, I don't think any of you will be able to make it spit me out.
Oh shit. Hmm.
Well, I guess we're digging him out.
Just kill it.
Alright,
Kill it and
alright.
not hold
I
it
hear,
fire.
I hear his muffled screams from inside. If I run up to here, is it still... I know it's on the wall, but is it still within reach of a thrust? My dagger.
It is not presently within physical melee range. It is considered to be about, like a full movement action up the wall. This thing climbs like a fucking xenomorph.
Great. Scuttler. Although before
Well-
anything else happens, I am going to do one final thing I could still do.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Gonna try to make it over to knee.
Okay, that's fine.
I will shift over for him, gladly. Then.
Yeah.
Yep.
Gonna say,
And then I'll make an attack just with my bow, that's all I can do. Within reason, without using it too much.
All right.
So 8, 19.
19? Yeah, that'll hit. Even with the slight buff its avoidance gets while it's on the wall, you managed to hit with that shot.
I have an avoidance. Not avoidance. I have an accuracy of 11 with my god gear. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, well. Damage then, please.
So, 6. 230. Being killer.
Fiend Killer. Has the element changed, or is it just default damage?
Real ice, and it's the last ice ball. It does nothing, I know, but thank you.
All right, that comes out to another 380 points of damage. As you fire off another bolt, and it strikes this creature in its shoulder. And it scrambles for a second before its grip on the wall falters, and it tumbles back and slams into the muck.
Oh, good.
Lifts its head angrily. All right, you still have a movement action if you want to use it, or if you want to stay put. It's up to you.
I'm staying put.
All right.
and I'm still covering knee.
Okay.
Just want to make it. I think Rocket can just about make it into melee range. Yeah, Rocket, the idiot's been eaten. Can you claw him out or something?
All right. So, Rocket, you come bounding over. That is a bit of a leap you have to make, but I'm not even going to necessitate a roll because of Defy Gravity. So you make the leap easily enough. You're getting close. Accuracy check for me, please. And oh god, this is going to deal a lot of damage if it hits. Yeah, 18 hits.
Wait, did you turn Ravager on? Or what are you doing with it?
Ravager should already be on.
Yeah, you haven't turned that off. So this will also deal finesse times half your level, so your finesse times 7. Your finesse is a whopping 7, so 7 times 7 at base. So that's a flat 40.
Open calculator again.
Yep, that's a flat 49. As for your damage output, that will be 23 times 8, so 184 plus 2d6. Alrighty. So 193. Ouch! Jesus Christ! And Rocket ignores ignores defenses, and this is both Holy Strike and Fiend Killer. So that comes out to a total of 579 points of damage.
Ow, Rocket!
So you come jumping forward, give your rocket boosters a little rocket forward, and just drive both of your legs into the side of this thing's body, and you can feel its flesh just like pushing in. You can feel these weird, disjointed, brittle feeling bones under the skin just going. And the whole thing just like slides back and slams into the wall from the force of the blow. It's really fucking hurt. Alright. That is Rocket's go. Only one left to go is Mika. And Mika is going to make a jump. She has to make an athletics check. Won't be too terribly hard. She rolled an 11. She is fine. So she makes the jump, comes up here. And let me see here. What spell is she going to use?
Does he have a go fishing for a Thanatos spell?
She doesn't. She will just use... Let me see here. She's just going to pop a Blizzara. It doesn't cost a whole lot of MP, and her mind is super high. So that'll be 20 MP from Mika. All right, and that'll be her mind times 5. So 22 times 5 plus 2d6. So a total of 122 before magic armor calculations. This thing's magic armor is buff. Magic armor is 95. So, not a whole lot of damage. 27, but, hey, it's still damage. So, a big old chunk of ice lifts up out of her book and slams against its side. It shakes its head in irritation. And that makes it its turn. It is not happy with how things are going. That being said, as it's sort of sizing you all up, you do notice that some of the damage it's taken seems to slowly be stitching itself back together. This thing has a regen effect. Not super potent, but enough to keep it standing a little longer than it otherwise might. And it is going to identify Rocket as being the biggest threat to its continued survival.
Oh, or what I said about chicken drumsticks.
So, it is going to jump over towards you, Rocket, and it is going to make 2 attack rolls. So that is a 17. Oh dear.
And that's a crit.
So I'm pretty sure that's 2 hits.
Yeah.
What's your avoidance, Rocket? Probably not 17.
12.
12. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you get hit.
I can't even help with that. Evasion won't be
I
enough.
don't really care.
All right, so what is your armor score?
Right in a minute.
100.
100. Gotcha. So first strike does 64 points of damage to you.
Not as bad as I thought it would be.
Look on the bright side, Thanatos. At least it's not a mimic.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second one will be a bit more painful. That'll be 219.
Oh.
So,
Okay. Whatever.
so as it's marching forward, its tongue sticks out and lashes like a whip against you 2 times. And for each hit, I need you to make an opposed force check.
So, how many force checks?
2. So you need to beat 2 16s effectively.
Oh, damn it.
Things got a high force.
Nope.
No, that one.
All right, and so with that, Rocket, you are inflicted. Wait, no, never mind. You're immune to poison. So as this
matter.
So as this thing's tongue lashes against you, you can feel sight burning on your skin, but you just shake your head and power through it, and it seems visibly frustrated. Back to the party's turn. Thanatos, damage.
You were right. Rocket simply didn't care.
She's at about half HP, but she's still going strong. All right, so
I can't even see my HP. So
you're at 283. You're at 283. So let's do Thanatos first. What you doing?
Trying to cut myself out again.
All right.
This bastard thinks
Oh.
he's gonna die. Oh no!
Oh, no.
Not a critical fail.
I give up. Just let it kill me. I give up.
You can strike twice, can't you?
I'm pretty sure. Is reliable? I can only use once.
Reliable is only once per combat. Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah. So you once again try to get in a slice, but as you're going around, the slippery insides of the stomach and the acid hitting you causes you to lose your grip on your scythe. You have no idea where the fuck it's gone.
Okay, wait.
You are now disarmed.
Okay, I literally regret not casting that spell on Thanatos because that could be helping him.
I regret waking up this morning because now this thing is just. This is
Mistakes
completely
were
unfair.
made.
That's that. If you include last session, that's 2 critical fails in 3 rounds.
Yes.
Yeah, and I almost had a critical fail last roll that I had because I rolled a 2 and a 1.
I mean, I had a critical fail on the first roll of the last session, so...
Yeah, but you didn't get eaten.
Yeah, you didn't get devoured as a consequence.
Can you guys just kill this thing so we're
trying, man!
Well, then do something. It's no longer Thanatos' turn.
Well, it's on the ground now, so I'm gonna go for the double tap.
All right, go for it.
Trying to. Die. 90.
Okay, Alistair's just popping another. Have you already subtracted the MP for that?
Doing it.
Okay, so 90.
Double, so that's 85 damage, isn't it, with the magic armor?
Yep.
If I
Yeah,
remember.
80. Yeah,
And now I'm
85.
down half my MP. Great.
All right,
Half that.
Anyway,
Neothil?
my accuracy was a 20.
That's what you rolled. That'll hit.
Yep.
Roll damage.
Not a natural 20, sadly.
Can't get a natural 20 on 2d6.
So this is for my bow, so 1, 7, 331.
331. Claim your victory. It's dead.
Alright, so since I didn't get to do my dagger, I'm going to run forward onto it, fire the bow first into its... well, everywhere I think its brain might be, who knows on this thing. Jump onto its back and just start digging in with my dagger trying to get Thanatos out.
All right. So yeah, you shoot it in the head, and it's like, and as it's rearing back, you quickly jump up, climb up onto its back, and its flesh is really slippery, so you kind of start sliding down. But you decide to do a cool badass thing, and you dig your dagger into its back as you're sliding down, and basically just bisect the thing as you're going, until you sort of land neatly right back here inside the church, and its back just peels open, and Thanatos, you feel a rush of cool air as you are returned to the world and no longer fucking trapped in this thing's stomach.
On the bright side, I think the ambush works.
Yep. You leave.
All right.
Also,
So
I think you deserve the title of the Monster Slayer. Or no, the Fiend Slayer.
Okay.
okay. So, Thanatos, you are no longer trapped in its belly. It is dead.
How are you feeling?
He slowly walks over to me
You,
and grabs
you might want to
The
grab
stuff. Oh no.
Scythe.
The scythe.
Scythe.
picks up the scythe, then walks over to her.
And the purple stuff is still burning, mate. That's not gone.
He doesn't care.
He's walking on the corpse. I think he's right.
Yeah, he's fine.
He grabs her. You mention this to anybody.
Don't worry. I'm much fonder of telling the docking incident. So
Everyone
You
gets
might
a
want to-
destiny point for killing the notorious beast, by the way.
she's gonna go with him and just start just awkwardly trying to brush off the slime.
Holy shit, are you alright, mate? Here. Take one of my super
This is
duper
where we need
powerful potions.
prestidigitation.
Right?
I'm guessing you just give me a regular potion and be fine.
Yeah, but not this time. Size is too worried. Just gives you.
No, he's right, Alistair. I mean, with your skills, I think a regular potion would be good. Let's save the big stuff for the big guys rather than the drooling demon dog.
Right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that just gets me
Fair
back
enough.
to... Pretty sure that just gets me back to full anyway.
It gets it very close. What were you at
One-
before?
283.
You're at you're at 579.
Are you alright, Rocket? You took a couple of gashes.
I'm popping a Haifa.
Okay.
I mean, I would heal me, but
Nothing much phases you nowadays, does it?
well, my player works about 40 hours a week. What do you think?
And thus the fourth wall collapses once more.
Here you go, Rocket. Here's one of my special ethers. Oh yeah,
Potions.
potions.
All right. Just a regular old potion, I take it.
Yep.
All right, that'll give Rocket back 267 hit points. So Rocket is up to 518.
So let's update the sheet.
Alright. Well, Fidget found the exit, right? Before that thing dispelled him?
Yeah.
Asking Thanatos in-game.
Yes.
Good. Then, well, I guess we can give him a rest for a little while while we see some more of Saran's tragic backstory.
Yeah, this time, you're scouting it.
To be fair, Thanatos, unlike Fidget, I can't be resummoned if my head gets taken from my body. Anyway...
Don't worry, Thanatos. When this is all over, whatever you want, it's on me.
All right. So, with the floor boss cleared, I'm not going to necessitate any athletics checks anymore. You've pretty much cleared all the threats here, so... So with that...
our way to the portal.
Yep. So, bit by bit, you all start making the little leaps and jumps necessary to cross into the large area where the devouring demon had initially been hiding out. There's this big sort of gap before you can see the portal that leads further on, deeper in. How do you proceed?
So, we left off with Saran going on a boat, leaving with friends we presume didn't make it. Where to next? I mean, I assume we're going back to there, not more to this, and I point to the desiccated corpse of Bahamut.
It's like missing his upper jaw.
I'm sure he's flattered if he could see this farce.
Mika's not going to say anything and is just going to start advancing towards the passage to the next floor.
Follow on after her.
Same with the rest of you?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, everyone gathers up so I can copy-paste your tokens onto the next floor. So you once again step into this illuminated space and eventually pop out, sort of, once again, that moment of displacement before you emerge into a moderately well-lit stone chamber, it seems. It looks like, based on the wooden reinforcements along the walls and the lit torches and lanterns hanging from the support rafts, it looks like you're in a mine shaft of some description.
Bottom left. Oh, this is a big zone.
Someone rolled something?
No, I think I was just typing.
Alright. So yeah, there's a passage a little ways off to the left that leads further in.
Where are we now? That wasn't rhetorical. Does anyone have any idea?
Nah.
Rocket has no ideas. Mika's keeping quiet. She's staying focused. What about Thanatos or Alistair?
Yeah.
Very chatty today. All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what.
Well,
Does it ring any bells to me? Or I feel like I should.
either way, you pressing on?
I guess so, if no one has anything to say.
All right.
This is to keep an eye out and stay
Alright.
in single file.
All right, Alistair, if you want to keep an eye out, anyone who wants to keep an eye out, make awareness checks for me, please.
Yes, I will. Let's hope it's not a critical fail this time. Because this is not the time
Oh,
to be
speaking of
oblivious,
critical fail,
Alistair.
I don't see shit. I'm too distracted by Mika's silence.
Oh no.
That one. All me.
No.
Please
Alright.
don't be oblivious, Alistair.
Let's see what Mika gets.
Let's see.
Mika gets a 10.
Awareness.
Roll.
Awareness.
Daddy. Roll, I say. Thank you.
The
14.
dice will give me a freaking break.
Well, they punished me.
All right,
Not bad.
2 14s.
The dice is a fickle mistress.
Mika got a 10. Neothel got a crit fail. What about Rocket? Weirdness.
I know.
Mhm. $16. All right, good to know. So, you continue passing through this narrow passageway, having to move single file for a little while, but it doesn't take you very long. It rapidly curls around into another chamber with more lit torches and sconces, giving you a fairly decent bit of illumination. And it is as you are all entering this room that Rocket, with your 16, you notice, sort of glancing up for a second at the roof, there's 2 creatures up on the roof, watching you.
There's something on the roof.
What is on the roof? La 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 la.
Looking up at them, they appear to be some sort of quadrupedal creature, but instead of feet, they have single-bladed claws that sort of hold them to the roof by stabbing into the stone. There's a sort of reddish plume of fur or hair sticking out of their red fur-covered head. Their body is slim and narrow and sort of bulges out towards the back, almost like the butt of a bee, with a similarly appropriate large bladed spike coming out of said posterior. And as these things see you, seeing them, they both and jump down towards you. You manage to avoid a surprise round, thanks to Rocket's roll there. So,
That's what I get for thinking we'd have a break for a floor.
all right, so they are coming down, but you guys have first go because they did not surprise you. So, who first?
Me,
Thanatos eager to redeem himself.
eager to kill something.
I think you got him.
The 17 to hit. Yeah, that hits.
Alright. Just my calculator.
Are these things fiends?
No, these are beasts. All right, so that is a total of 98 damage after their armor is taken into consideration.
So they have 100 armor.
That they do. Now, give me just a second here.
The storm's gonna come in handy.
All right, so it got a counterattack, and it rolled a 16 to hit. So I assume that hits.
What's your avoidance, Thanatos?
Oh, well, yes, because my avoidance is going to be 60.
Well, is it at least 14? I don't think so, but just...
No, it's 6.
No, it's 6.
Okay.
All right, all right.
Never mind.
What's your armor score?
140.
So you take 5 points of damage.
Okay, so these... At least I have one thing going through. My armor literally nullifies most of their damage.
So after you bring your scythe through this thing, it comes back and tries to slice at you, but your armor absorbs the brunt of it, and you just get like a little, like someone lightly punching you in the chest. It's a bit painful, but it doesn't really cause any damage of note.
I think we're a little beyond simple cave creatures nowadays. Where's the armor? I'm going to head off to the second one.
All right.
Shooty, shooty, stabby, stab.
All right. Accuracy checks, please.
Accuracy. 16.
16? Yep.
Alright. Damage from my bow. That's 229.
All right. It has no elemental reaction to holy damage or fiend killer, so that just becomes 129 damage.
And then stabbing it with my dagger, which goes through all armor.
Oof.
TS 6, but he'll still hurt because of the piercing.
Indeed.
So... 5... 137. Great damage,
Nice.
unmitigated.
All right. So as you come charging at this creature, you fire off a shot that sort of gets it in the shoulder, and you're just back. And then you quickly slide in and stab it in the other shoulder, and it's going to make its counterattack roll in response to that.
Nowadays. Okay.
It gets a counterattack.
Alright.
All right. So, what is your avoidance?
15.
You got a 20. So, what is your armor?
100.
So it's 47 damage to you.
It's rude.
As it brings one of its bladed arms up and sort of gives you a little cut across the arm. Not too bad, but still hurts. It's bleeding a little bit. All right, that is Neothil's go. Who's up next? Alistair, I nominate you.
Oh, no, just noticed that my headset was muted. Me? Okay.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
All right, what you doing, buddy?
Let's see, they don't take any elemental damage to holy, which is unfortunate.
You're beasts.
So,
You still have a tier 8 weapon.
yes. So I'm probably gonna smack it.
Right, you're just gonna bonk it.
Mm-hmm.
Which
The
one?
one
The
by
one.
knee,
Okay.
since I'm covering a knee.
All right. Accuracy check for me, please.
Okay. Now, I know you have a constant moments of fuck up, Alisai, but do not miss. Do not miss. Do not miss. I mean, the only way you can miss is like a critical fail or something. I don't know. And okay, that works.
What'd you get? 11?
11.
11.
I
No.
went to type and it just popped up.
11 does not hit.
I
His avoidance is 13.
ouch.
So you come in with the staff and give a quick swing, but it takes a step back. All right. So, Rocket, you're next. What you doing?
First off, let me zoom the fuck outside.
Okay, going after that one. Accuracy check, please.
I know.
It's like we're over 100 sections in.
Right.
In the final dungeon.
$16 will hit.
Kill it.
All right, so a first flat 49 damage from Ravager.
And what was my damage again?
It'll be your dex times 8. And your dex is terrifying.
I shall return.
Okay.
Yep.
So we 2d6 plus 184. And it ignores armor because of piercing, so 188 damage in total. Ow! So, after a dodged Alistair swing, you quickly come in and just give it like a quick trio of spinning kicks to its face that just gradually flatten its face. It's still alive, but barely. It's going to try and counterattack. It's going to counterattack. So it needs to make an accuracy check against you. That is a 16 to hit.
My avoidance is 12, and my armor is 100.
All right.
Stop asking what my armor is.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right, so minus 100, that is 150, that is 51 damage then. As it strikes back, hurts, but you're still standing. All right, and only one left to go this round would be Mika.
Going
So,
for which? Uh-oh.
well, thanks to the wonders of paper cut, Mika ignores enemy magic armor, I just remembered.
I forgot that was the name of her legendary weapon, and now I'm amused again.
So she's just going to cast Comet.
I'm in the cave.
There's a method to her madness, so that'll be a total of 8 comets. Each one will deal her mind times 3. So that will basically be... Let me double check real quick. Come on. Alright, so 66 plus 2d6. Okay, so each of these comets will deal 76 damage, and there's a total of 8 of them. She will send 2 of them against the one that's being ganged up on by Knee Rocket and Alistair, and the remaining 6 will go to the other one. Wow, okay. Thank you, Mika. So with that spell, she basically kills both of them. What winds up happening is she flips open her book, slaps her hand on it, and as she does and lifts her hand up, 8 different flaming rocks just come flying out, expanding rapidly, and spin rapidly around the room in like a tornado of flame and stone, striking these creatures very rapidly in a series of controlled explosions and shards of shrapnel and stone and debris. And before long, the 2 creatures are just utterly shredded and blown apart and sent scattering.
Eno, maybe we should have opened with that.
Maybe.
Alright.
So, confirmed, this memory has hostile creatures, though they're not exactly much.
Makes sense.
Kind
These are
of thing we
things.
fought-
If these are things Saran dealt with when he was an adventurer.
Kinda like the things we fought back when.
Yeah.
It is at about this point, as the dust from the spell is fading, that you start seeing silhouettes starting to flicker in again. And after a moment, you see in the room, surrounded by 2 similar bodies of the creatures you just fought, but with different injuries sort of flickering in, you see Saran, Ryle, and Lallis. But you also see a different individual, a human male, dressed in sort of a kind of tattered, dirty-ish looking purple and gray robes that sort of closely fit to his person to allow maneuverability. He's got glasses on, kind of messy, reddish-brown hair, and a big, gnarled staff in one hand. And as the apparitions are flickering in, this newcomer speaks. My thanks for your timely intervention, but might I ask who you 3 are? Sure thing. I'm Saran. These 2 charming bozos are my friends, Ryle and Lallis.
Bozos?
Sup? Pleasure to meet you. My name is Doris. I gather by your gear and your grim confidence, you're already aware of the unfortunate fate that has befallen this mine?
Yeah, we heard about it. Some kind of monster was unearthed by the miners and it chased them out.
That's why we're here. We were hired by the Miners Guild to take the thing down. Ah, well, then you are in luck, for we are of one purpose. I was sent here to eliminate the threat as well, although I was sent by the local mage circle rather than the Miners Guild. Well, this works out perfectly then. What say we team up and take the sucker down? Odds of success go up, and if we were hired by 2 different groups, we don't even need to worry about watering down pay. You read my mind. Shall we then? Yep, let's go. Ryle, you got point? Where else would I be? And as the group starts to advance down the passage, their apparitions flicker out.
Why is this reminding me of Ardbert and crew coming together in the Roll Quest of Shadowbringers?
I'll admit there was a small degree of inspiration taken from that for this particular bit.
Neilbert.
Yeah, Albert.
Ah, seems they had a new recruit down the line. Mage. Every adventuring party needs one.
Or 2.
Where did this thing lead?
Guess we'll find out.
And with that, Mika starts pressing on. Rest of you moving on as well?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm sure we can find you something else to feed you to your scythe.
Yep.
All right. And so, you continue on. Alistair, you do not get to phase out of existence. You pass on down the tunnel for a while, and it seems noticeably and deliberately truncated. Like
As we're going, can I keep an eye out for any further ceiling crawling things?
Make an awareness check.
That's better. 10 plus 17.
17. All right. So since Neithil is at present on point as far as your tokens are lined out, as you start to come into this next large chamber, you notice it before anyone else, but it's pretty damn obvious. This chamber is large, but up ahead you see what you presume to be the creature that Saran and company were hired to deal with. And it immediately irritates Thanatos to see it because it bears a striking resemblance to the worm that initially injured Kyra, except this one is green. And as you step into the room, it sort of comes to and takes a step forwards. Or not a step forward, but sort of slithers forwards, rather.
Yes, you're feeling it sooner than expected.
Well, let's deal with it quickly.
I'm going to take a shot at it over here.
All right. All right.
Will have to come to us if we make a defensive formation here. It has to come to us. I like the hum. Your hums give me pause. Borrow. Might be able to borrow. Anyway, that is 16.
16. That hits.
Uh, 228.
228. And that is Fiend Killer Holy Elemental damage?
Yeah.
All right. It does not have a reaction to either of those things, as this is considered to be a beast. So that is 141 damage in total. As you fire off the shot, sort of get it in the gut. It sort of doubles over a bit. His mouth starts to peel open. All right. That's Neithil's go. Who's up next?
Alright, I guess I will.
Okay. Thanatos, you're up. Make us proud, my boy.
Can I get into melee range? Is that yet? But
Not.
let's see how this thing does with magic.
It's green, so what elemental are we thinking?
I wasn't thinking elemental at all. I expend 100. Actually, no. Nah, we're in the tower of creation. I'm too worried to try to use shadow.
All right. What spell you using?
Because I'm pretty sure you would do everything in your power to make it so everything in here is immune to shadow.
This thing's a beast, so it has no elemental reaction to shadow, actually.
Well, to be fair, we encountered simulacrums before the last time we were in the tower that had elements despite their appearance.
Yeah, those were the natural inhabitants of the tower. Those were shades. These are deliberately created. These aren't just things that are drawing on your memories. These are things Saran is deliberately putting in your way to simulate what he went through. Weaknesses and vulnerabilities included. So.
Okay, well, then let's see what happens when I add a bit of shadow to this.
Popping dark side.
Half your health.
That's the dark side.
All
And
right.
I will be using flare, so
Ooh.
that's going to be power times 15.
Ooh.
Thanks to my dark side. This is going to be a big owie.
Yeah, you're right. That is a big owie. Damn.
Kaboom.
That comes out to a total of 279 points of non-element or shadow damage. That, because it's a beast, doesn't have a reaction to shadow, but still, it's 279 damage. Takes Takes a pretty nasty blow as the air around it just suddenly combusts and starts flickering with flashing lights and rushes of raw energy around it. And it, again, like, you get the impression that this thing would normally be very, very loud, but its voice seems to be in a range you actually can't hear. So you just hear, like, the guttural growls and grunts it makes.
Alistair, I think Thanatos needs protection more than I do.
Darkness, you're muted.
Is he still gone? He said he'd be back in a moment a short while ago, but...
Well, if that be the case, if we're waiting on Alistair to get back for a bit, that means it is Rocket's turn. Just parking yourself there?
Yep.
Okay. Well, then I guess it's Tamika, since Darkness still ain't back. Mika is going to take a page out of Thanatos' book. She's going to charge up to be next to him. She's going to expend 100 MP and pop a flare of her own. So for her, that'll be her mind times 12. So that will be... That is incorrect. Wait, no, never mind. That is correct. For a second there, I thought I wrote 264 plus 264. My mistake. Either way. And thanks to her weapon, she ignores the enemy's magic armor, so that is just a flat 267 damage to the sucker. As she points her sword and a similar explosion erupts around it. It is definitely looking hurt from these rapid-fire, heavy-hitting spells, but it's still up.
Is this... Oh, he's back.
Darkness.
I see you vanquished them.
No.
Yes, well, we vanquished the things that we were fighting when he left. Now we're fighting a worm.
Yeah.
Oh, big-ass worm. Okay.
You missed Nee shouting that Thanatos needs the cover more than Nee because he hurt himself.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, he used Dark Side, so he had to sacrifice some HPs.
Oh.
Also, can we tell if this thing's notorious?
It is absolutely notorious, yes.
I was wondering what it's scaled as, since these things are low level compared to us. Yeah.
Well, they're actually the same level, you just have stupidly high power gear.
You know what?
Feels like it.
Since you're hurting yourself a lot, Vanatos, I'm gonna cover you.
Alright,
Cover down here.
Alright, so
So
cover is
cover-
passed from Nee to Thanatos. That's an instant
got you
action.
back.
You use your movement action to get there. You still have a standard action, Alistair.
We confirmed it takes no extra damage from Holy.
Shit. Okay. So that in mind, charging it would not be a good idea, so probably gonna heal up Vanatos a bit.
Alright.
And how exactly are you going about that?
Well, I don't want to use up too much of my potions, so I might just use my magic, since I can easily get that back. So let's see. It should be a decent spell to heal him up to a good amount. Don't want to use the main one because that would be
Well, just as a point of order, regular cure would only cost you 7 MP, and it would be your mind times 2, and with your mind being 26, you would effectively be giving him back 52 plus 2d6 HP.
Basically, I was going to do that. That's what I was looking at.
All
So,
right.
yeah. Cure
Alright.
it is.
All right, that is 7 MP. And 2d6
Ah,
plus
good old
52.
cure. Yep. Good old cure. My first healing spell.
Mm-hmm. Old Faithful.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you gotta go back on the classics. Come on. Thank you. I would be so glad to get the replacement.
All right. So that is 59 HP back to Thanatos. Not a whole lot, but it makes the sting of invoking your dark side hurt a little less. All right. And with
Did you add
that...
to it, or do I need to?
Huh?
Did you already add to my health?
Yeah, I already added it.
Good.
And now, it is to the worm. So...
That's the word.
Worm's the word. Fucking... All right. Well... The worm is not happy with any of you. And so, let's see here.
Oh, that's a shame.
It is going to identify Mika as being the biggest threat, given how much damage she did. So,
dear.
it is going to come sliding over here, and it is going to use one of its attacks. So, accuracy check. Pretty sure that hits. Mika does not have an avoidance of 18. Alright, and I do need to check Mika's armor score. What is your armor? Your armor is 100. So... So Mika takes 264 points of damage as the thing comes slithering forward and just this big globule of purplish spit flies out of its mouth, hits Mika, and sends her flying back into the cave wall.
Alice, quick question. Darkness.
Yeah.
Your Astra, that's an instant action. Like, you can use that anytime you want, including when someone else is attacking.
Yes, but I can
Okay.
only use it once per day.
I know. My thought is, and this is for the future, it kind of just came in. Can you do that and your Sentinel, whatever, at the same time you're absorbing limit breaks?
Yes, but I can't cast Astro on myself, if I recall.
Yeah, no, you can't
Only
use it
target
on
someone
yourself.
else.
No, has to be used.
Oh,
on
That would
either
be
way.
broken. How useful as it would be, it wouldn't work.
Just something to keep in mind for future when we get to the big ones with limit breaks, just in case like things don't go for you. Well,
Yeah, but Astro, like I said, Astro can't be cast on me, so I still be
Yeah.
going down, absorbing the
let's
damage.
save Astra for like an oh shit moment where you need to save someone from immediate death.
Yep.
Anyway,
Yeah, it's
Probably
back to the
would
party.
be Mika, since she's the second healer, technically. She's still got some good heals about her.
he's the primary healer at this point. You're the tank.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Speaking of tank, do the pokey poke.
Alright, let's hope it does better than last time. I mean, how much avoidance can a misfit of the trimmers that didn't make it be? Time to take this down like the old graboids. And accuracy pretty high, but is it gonna hit? I hear a doggy. Hello, doggy.
Yeah,
Doggy.
Doggy is upstairs. Doggy is very loud still.
Indeed.
Actually, kind of hit the dog.
Poor dog.
And I smack. Oh fuck!
Ah, it was worse. It was worse.
Wow, high
This is
volume of
quite
critical
a-
fails
that's
today.
Guys.
So that
We're
wouldn't
getting, no,
have...
it's fine. We're getting them out now. We're going to be all critical successes
You know
against
what?
capitalize.
Fuck this! Guys,
Okay.
get over here!
Okay, so...
I am
So,
waiting for next time.
Okay,
Oh,
so...
you-
So what
It's a real
happens?
dog.
Do I slip in its mouth?
No. So what happens is as you, like, after it like blasted Mika and starts turning towards you and Thanatos, you gallantly lift up your staff and like, I'll take this thing, and you charge forward to go and smack it, and you bring your staff down in a hard hit on its belly, but you misjudge the angle, and it just kind of bounces harmlessly off its hardened belly, and your staff goes flying out of your hands. You are disarmed.
Oh, fuckers! Can I use my remaining move action to move towards it wherever it landed? I don't know.
Yeah, you can use your movement action. We'll say over here, but it'll consume the rest of your turn to pick it up. So that's it. That's all you can do.
Yep. Shit.
Crit fails suck, man.
Not smitey.
How does it play?
Okay, so Thanatos, you just watched that happen. How do you respond?
I just shake my head.
Dice.
Oof. Excuse-moi.
So, getting this thing?
It's your turn, Thanatos.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yes. Let's try the slicey slice.
15?
15 hit.
15 does in fact hit, yes.
Neat. Alright. $199.
199. 9. Alright, so that comes out to a total of 112 damage after armor calculations.
And thanks to my deal, I get 112 back in both magic. And
Yep. So you
and I
bring the
just find
scythe,
it-
so you bring Deathbringer across. Definitely leaves a pretty nasty gash across the sucker. It reels back a bit. Alright. So, Alistair and Thanatos have gone. Nee, you're up.
Alright. Well, first I'm going to move. I've learned my lesson. I'm going to move here.
Alright.
That dice is cops, so that's a 3, and the other one is. Uh, 20.
20 to hit.
Yep.
Alright. Roll damage. Is this with the dagger or the crossbow?
Always crossbow first.
Alright.
So 5, 8, 332.
332. It comes out to a total of 245 after armor calculations.
And then going with the unmitigated dagger.
Roll it.
19.
What, teen?
19.
Oh, yeah.
19.
Yes, 9. That hits. This thing's avoidance is 14, so.
140 unmitigated.
140. Claim your victory. It only had 76 hit points left.
Think about this. So, I've shot it. I'm going in with the dagger. You know, I'm going to take my dagger, literally put it under its jaw, drag it down, and go, here, Thanatos, you're size hungry.
So, like, you're opening it up to cut it for Thanatos to behead it or something?
Yeah, literally, I've put my dagger under its jaw and using it as a lever to drag its head down to his level.
Alright.
Oh my god.
So you reach, so you sort of do a quick jump up, plunge your blade into its lower jaw, and then as you're falling back down, you pull it back down, and Thanatos, seeing this coming, you're like, okay, and you bring your scythe up in response, and its head is severed from the rest of its body. Nicely done.
I pull the severed head off the knife and just give it to Thanatos. Here you go.
The severed head is like as big as you are, so.
I still do it.
Okay, so you pick up something as big as you.
Arms. Just drag it to him. I would suggest using it as a trophy, but I don't think it would exist outside the tower.
Probably not.
Mika, need some healing?
Mika sort of pries herself off of the wall.
Yeah, I'll be alright for now.
You don't look it. Here, I'm going to give her 1 high potion.
1 high potion. Alright. So she gets back 266 HP. Which puts her back at max.
Thanks.
So then, I know when you're doing the bullshit bravery stuff, I do it to you all the time.
Look, I'm just trying to conserve our resources.
Also,
Yes,
once again,
but-
for beating a notorious beast, everyone gets another point of destiny.
You're just loading us up. I approve. I need to replenish.
Oh boy, so that's double destiny. Although Rocket gets 4 because of her ability.
Yeah, Rocket
Correct.
gets 2 from this one and 2 from the last one. So
So I know
Nice.
resources are scarce, but we can't afford to be going on gashes and bruises.
Okay,
yeah.
so I don't think Alisai's gonna die now. 10:25.
What about your magic reserves? Good for another fight?
Should be if I use weaker spells.
That may be so. If you ever need an ether, you know.
Yeah, I know. I have plenty of my own.
Alright, any shades appearing in here?
yep, after a few seconds and the dust of battle settles, more shades start to appear. You see the party from before sort of scattered about. Lalas gasping for breath. Saran appears to just sort of be leaning against a wall with one hand on his gut, looking very beat up. Everyone else is kind of tired looking, but otherwise fine. And Lalas opens up.
Everyone okay?
Ow, my spleen. Rao chuckles. He's fine. I think we're okay. Doris, a few bruises, but otherwise fine, I assure you. Cannot say it would be as such had we not joined forces. However, no kidding. That thing hit like one of those Magitech Reaper things from Solemn. Ugh, I think it broke a rib. One sec. You see some green light emit from Saran's hand up to his chest, and after a second there's a... Oh, okay. Alright, I'm tapped. No more magic from Mr. Junleal. Ow. Ryle sort of walks over and pulls him from the wall. Well, let's get back to town and get some rest then. Hey, Doris. Yes? You did pretty good. What do you say to joining us at the tavern when we're back in town? Get a few drinks, celebrate a job well done? I could use a drink. Or 7. Ow.
As long as it doesn't turn into another drinking game between you two.
That is a very kind offer, and I might take you up on it. Though I'd ask you keep the spirits to yourselves. I've never had a taste for alcohol. Saran and Ryle answer in tandem. What?
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay, Doris, we gotta fix that. Agreed. Hell's on me. Wait, but They're already walking away. Very well then. I suppose it will be a learning experience. Doris follows after them. As they're starting to pass out of the room, though, you see Lalas and Saran sort of falling to the back of the group, side by side. Ryle in front and Doris sort of in the middle.
You're right.
Okay.
Right.
As they're passing, you can hear Saran and Lala sort of talking to one another. Hey, thanks for saving McKeister back there.
Huh?
Thing was right on top of me. Would have chewed me up like spaghetti if you hadn't swooped in with that arrow. You saved my butt. Thanks, really. Lala's kind of just looks away a little sheepish.
Oh, come on. We never would have taken that thing down without your magic, and you know it. My arrows barely made a dent.
Lalas,
Yeah?
take the bloody compliment. The two then sort of share a chuckle and the apparitions fade out.
Some eerie resemblances. Well, this guy kind of bumps that Alistair on the shoulder. You didn't drink when we first met. We were a horrible influence, it seems.
Hmm. Indeed.
Let's see where this goes.
I follow.
Alright.
Alright. I'm going to
Probably-
renew my awareness.
Alright,
Same
roll it.
here. It's time to be aware. Wait a minute. Nope. I'm not making that mistake again. Nope. Nice.
16.
What was that, Nee?
16.
16. Alright.
Okay. I rolled. Let me check my awareness on here. My awareness is 8 plus. Hang on, is it my awareness 8? Scroll. There. Yep, my awareness is 8, and I rolled a 9, so 17.
Alright. Nothing else seems to jump out to face you for the time being as you start to pass through this next narrow passageway. What was that?
BRB.
Okay.
Two
Got two AF.
BRBs.
Yeah, we got two BRBs, so we'll wait for them to come back before we press on.
That's probably wise. As long as I have time.
Yeah, we're about an hour and a half in. We still got some time to go.
Oh, I know. Well, we started at 10 to, so now we're at 24.
And in the real world, it's 40 minutes past 12 for me and Tom.
Can I see anything down this corridor while waiting? So we don't see an open silence.
It just seems to be a long, winding passage. It doesn't really have any, it doesn't look like there are any threats down it. It's just a very long, narrow passage.
Nevertheless, I think it'd be wise to roll a stealth check if we go a little ahead of the party.
I think whatever. Well, we're not going. We're going as a group, I think. But so floor 1 was just the entrance. Floor 2, Saran. Floor 3, Death World. Floor 4 is this place. So 5 will be another future that would be after the initial calamity. Then 6 would presumably be back here into the past of Saran. 7, Death World. 8, Saran. And then 9, be the man himself. 10, Diabolos.
Well, we've definitely gone past the 9 rings of hell.
Him. I wonder if floor 10's the crystal chamber. At least what was once the crystal chamber.
Hmm.
Maybe we should just have a quick scale ahead just so we're not sitting.
Fair enough.
Should do something.
Okay. Neitha wants to scout ahead, by all means.
Coming, Alyssa?
Of course.
Alright, so. Nia and Alistair, you two start making your way. Are you being sneaky or just waltzing?
Let's be
Well, that's why I
sneaky.
just suggested the stealth check,
Alright, roll it.
just in case. Okay. My stealth is
16. Again.
16. Nice.
Hopefully that would suffice. I rolled 13.
13. Alright, you two are being pretty quiet as you're proceeding further along. There are more torches and wall sconces as you're proceeding that keep things relatively well lit. The only thing that's sort of blotting out your line of sight are the various sort of curves and turns in the passage that sort of block line of sight, but it's not too bad. It's a relatively straight shot, all things considered.
Seems these tunnels go on for miles.
Keep going
Guess not.
until I've still got my awareness of 16 up, so let's keep
Yeah.
going until we spot something or another chamber, and we'll back up before we get anything too fanciful.
You follow
Probably
it for
wise.
yep, you follow it
Don't
for a
get
little
too far.
while. And what was that awareness roll, Nee? 16?
Yep.
All right. And did Alistair roll an awareness?
Yeah, I rolled a 13.
Okay, then you both get it as you're getting a little closer, though Nee gets it first. As you're proceeding further down these tunnels, you start hearing the muffled sound of lively music and a crowd of people talking.
Happened, one would presume. Yeah, we're just talking about that.
Hmm.
That's definitely the vibe you get as you hear the sound. Then as you come around this last little bend, you see set into the stone wall, as if unnaturally slotted into it, a wooden door. Just
That's
set
eerie.
into the wall of the mine.
I think we should wait for the others before exploring, unless you want to peek.
And you can
Let's get-
just sort of faintly pick up the smell of like booze and meat and food and other whatnot on the other side. Secondhand cigar smoke.
Alright,
Hmm.
get the others down here by the door.
Indeed.
All right. So send someone back to go get him.
Yep.
All right.
Stay safe. Unless we're both going back, or is Nee staying there?
Neil, wait here.
Stay
Alright.
safe, Nee, and don't go ahead.
All right.
I'm waiting.
All right. So, Alistair, you make your way back to the rest of the group. Doesn't take you too terribly long. And before long, Thanatos Rocket, you see Alistair reemerging from the passageway, but you two are gone, so it doesn't matter.
Instinctual narration, huh?
Right? It's like an impulse, a reflex.
Hmm. Me and Nee came across the door. She's just waiting by there while you lot come along.
You are answered by the sound of silence.
Silence.
Mika, Solwyn, who's still there?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
just imagine that we just like improvise at this point.
yeah, gotta wait at this point, unfortunately.
I mean, they're not too long, or this is going to be a long, just delay.
That's fine. We have the power of editing.
It's less of the editing aspect, more of the just time's ticking.
Yeah. I have like 3 or 4 jobs in the morning. But now we play the waiting game with twiddling our thumbs.
Have no idea what the fuck is happening.
The hell?
Hey, there we go.
Welcome to my life.
That's one.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Welcome back,
We did you-
Thanatos.
Hello.
You were
What
gone
else?
for... not a lot. Just me and Alice are deciding to pass the time by scouting the passage ahead.
I found a door to a tavern.
Yeah.
And I come back to get you all.
Okay.
Alright.
There we go.
All right. So yeah, Alistair comes walking back after leaving the trio there for a little bit. Does not have Nee with him.
Me and Nee
I'm
came
back.
across the door. Oh,
Hello.
welcome back.
Oh, how
Me
convenient.
and Nee came Me and Nee came across the door. And she's just waiting for us to meet up with her.
All right, let's get going then.
Mika's
There
gonna
was
start heading that way.
also the smell of food and alcohol and cigarettes and music even. So be warned of that. About to see another trippy vision.
All right. So
Do
collectively,
cigarettes exist in this timeline?
Huh?
Do cigarettes exist in this timeline? Because it seems like a modern invention.
well, there's something you smoke.
No, actually,
Yeah, I remember there are things in Final Fantasy they smoke. Probably.
No,
different,
actually,
but-
tobacco smoking existed quite a while back. Not particularly in cigarette form most of the time.
Or
but-
maybe cigarettes are
No.
an Islam invention.
It-
They do have
ju-
mechs
ju-
and
ju-
machine
ju-
guns.
Just something you smoke that is bad for your lungs.
Yeah.
All right, so before long, the rest of the group reconvenes around the door. Pushing it open.
Assume it's not locked.
It is not, so you push it open, and the muffled sounds become very lively, and yet despite the lively sound of it, the interior space is staggeringly empty, but you are greeted to a very nice interior of a tavern. You do see more of those sort of flickery, indistinct silhouettes, half-remembered presences scattered around. And as you sort of poke your head in, you see, sort of closer to the fireplace, at this table down here, more of the apparitions of Saran's crew fading in.
Any dialogue from them as we enter?
Yep. As you're entering, you hear basically all of them except Doris going, "Cheers!" as they hold up their drinks, traditional sort of celebration thing. Whereas Doris follows a second later holding up a mug's like, "I think?" Oh, come on, Doris. I've seen ice bombs with more fire in their bellies. I don't usually go drinking, my friend. Stick with us for a bit, and that will change. Of that, I harbor little doubt. Now, backing up a sec, and speaking of fire, Doris, you were throwing some pretty impressive magic around earlier. Where did you learn that? At the Academy City. I was trained there for most of my formative years.
Animo? That's pretty far away from here.
And it is. I'm what you would call a traveling mage. Once my studies were completed, I saw no reason to remain in the academy and search for a desk job. I found first-hand experience is the mother of necessity, and necessity is the mother of invention. I would very much like to do some inventing in the arcane arts. So you're an adventurer, traveler, tomato, tomato. Well, hey, if you're out here looking for new experiences and hard fights, I think you'd fit right in with us. It's kind of our whole shtick. You are inviting me to join your group? Well, I mean, if the others are okay with it. Hey, Specs can blow up shit better than I can. I say I let him aboard.
I don't have any objections. I like making new friends.
I've always had trouble with new people, but you've broken the ice very nicely. Very well. If you'll have me, then I'll entwine my fate with yours, for now, at least, and see how it goes. Nice. I think this calls for another toast. Barkeep, oasis water, please. Oh, God, Snow. Ryle, Alice, and Saran laugh, and even Doris joins in a second later, before the apparitions once again fade out.
The eeriness increases every memory.
What was that?
The eeriness increases every memory of how similar these steps are.
Maybe that's why he was so fixated on us.
Huh. Maybe part of it, but I think it mostly started when we incinerated him. Still. Next door, what do we hear?
Yep, there's a door on the northern side. This one does not match the aesthetic of the tavern at all. It's very ornate, has these iron bars sort of across it, sort of a rounded top that comes to a nice point. And you can see these little decorative patterns etched into the metallic bits that immediately evoke this sort of religious, spiritual sort of imagery. And as you push that door open, it gives a ponderous groan and creak. And you're greeted to the sight of an enormous, well-lit, and immaculately kept church interior. Neothil, you would pretty immediately recognize this as belonging to Dirge, as far as locale and architectural style is concerned. There are numerous stained glass windows along either wall, emitting in beams of colorful sunlight. Towards the back of the room, there are some steps that lead up to a raised platform where the altar is presented. You don't see any other silhouettes or shades in here, except one directly behind the altar, and slowly flickering in as you step into the room, you once again see Saran's party sort of at the base of the steps looking up.
Oh, good. Dirge. Remember that retained problem child I mentioned before?
Yeah, I remember.
This is their kind of architecture and religious iconography. What were they doing here?
One way to find out.
Rest of you coming?
I would assume so.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so
Right behind you, Nee.
So, as a group, you all advance further in towards that altar in the back, and it's as you're drawing closer that the shades begin to move and speak. The one behind the altar sort of materializes into this old man, sort of kind of stereotypical old priest-looking vibes. You got the long beard going on, kind of yellowy robes, sort of a furrowed brow. You came. Good. I must thank you for answering my summons. Gotta hand it to you. Never thought our little troop would get called into a church of all things.
Yeah. You don't really see many of them these days, especially outside of Dirge.
When the gods have gone on record asking us to keep our prayers to ourselves, it's only to be expected. Those churches that are still around tend to keep to themselves, so for you to call on us a band of adventurers must be pretty serious. Am I wrong? You're not wrong. First, introductions. My name is Sebastian, and I am the high priest of this church. May I ask for all of your names? There's a brief moment where the group kind of goes around introducing themselves. It is a pleasure. Now, to the matter at hand. In recent weeks, men and women from across the region have been mysteriously disappearing. They left nary a trace of their passing, and whoever took them was quick, quiet, and left no witnesses. Perplexing. Is there a pattern to these abductions? I'm afraid not, save that those targeted have largely been common people, farmers, laborers, the like, members of the common peasantry whom few would bat an eye at never seeing again, save those who were close to them.
But you are batting an eye.
Indeed. Several members of this church have regrettably also disappeared. It was their vanishing that prompted the investigations to begin in earnest from us. And let me guess, you found a whole lot of nothing. Quite the contrary, actually. Though it took time, Chocobo night patrols on the outskirts of town managed to spot an abduction in progress. Did they catch them? I'm afraid not. They were able to drive away the abductors before they could steal anyone else, but several good men, women, and children were nevertheless hauled into the night.
That's awful. But then, if the abductors have been discovered already, why are we needed? Why doesn't the local lord just send soldiers to find them?
Ah, I believe I can answer that. The others turned to him. To Doris. Dirge has been a confrontational member of the Federation for nearly as long as it has existed in its current state. Border disputes and political bickering are commonplace. As such, I doubt the local lord would be interested in investing time and resources into this matter when he believes they would be better put to use bolstering his position in the Federation's courts. Gah. Fucking politics. Gotta ruin everything. Mildly, and the priest appears mildly offended by Sauron's vulgarity at that, his brow kind of furrowing. Quite. As matters stand, we have tried and failed to track down the abductors to their lair on our own. We know only that it is hidden somewhere in the woods not far outside of town, but beyond that, they are meticulously good at covering their tracks and slaughtering our scouts. At least we assume so. None have yet to come back. In light of this, my daughter, skilled paladin in her own right, has expressed to me that it would be prudent to look to outside inspiration. And so, us. And so, you. You would, of course, be well compensated for your assistance in this matter. Doris adjusts his glasses. What do the rest of you think? I for one am in favor of accepting this assignment.
Me too. If innocent people are getting hurt, I want to help them.
Ditto. That's why we came, isn't it? As long as we get paid, count us in. Ah, thank you. That being said, I will be sending a member of my order to accompany you. Mira, enter. It's at this point that another silhouette sort of starts to walk in from not far away, and it takes the form of a tall Elvon woman who you can immediately recognize based on the attire as a paladin. Has a sort of armor getup, but instead of a staff or a sword, she has a big-ass mace strapped to her hip and a buckler on her wrist.
Is it a Garlat sort of paladin armor, or is it particularly Vitaean?
It's Dirge. It's Dirge themed, so it's kind of Vitaean-ish, but it's not really Garlat based.
Oh, so we already addressed that they have the Temple Knights rather than Rangers in Dirge because they're particular.
Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty much just Dirge style armor. And anyone who's paying attention to Ryle as Mira walks in will notice that he immediately just kind of straightens up a bit, like, oh. And as this woman, Mira, comes up beside the priest, he gestures to her. Now, this is my daughter, Mira. As I mentioned a moment ago, she is a skilled paladin. She's been the front of our end of the investigation since all of this began. She can inform you on what we presently know, and if need be, aid you in battle. You see Mira give a little bow, and it's very, like, to give you a quick rundown of her appearance, not just the armor, she also has, like, this red hair that's kind of tied back into a high ponytail. It's kind of like Fane's hair, almost, except more of a pinkish shade than a deep red. And again, she gives a little bow.
It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
Ryle appears, unable to form words. Watch Saran sort of elbow him in the ribs. Close the cave, Ryle. We got work to do. Pledge is all ours, Mira.
Well, shall we begin?
And the apparitions flicker out.
So the party grows. Temple Knight. The priest. In the modern day, I don't suppose he's anyone of significant standing in Dirge that I'd recognize him.
Make a lore check.
Shame I don't have any lore into my own freaking country. At least my adopted country.
I'll let you add an additional d6 because you are from, that confederacy.
The Confederacy.
Yeah.
So that's 10.
10? You have no fucking clue.
Damn.
You get the impression this particular individual is pretty low on a larger totem pole, and you never really paid much attention to unless it started encroaching on anything you were doing. You didn't really pay a whole lot of attention to the smaller motions of dirges religious groups.
What about context clues for when exactly this is? Is there anything, on the altar, any documents, notes, inscriptions, anything at all?
Nothing you can see.
Shall we?
Yeah. Let's keep moving.
Does anyone else has other ideas?
Yep, just keep going.
Not that I can think of.
All right. So with that, you press on. You arrive at a door at the back of the room. This one seeming to be like this weird melted mesh hybrid between what you would expect from, church door architecture and something a bit more slapped together, dark and ominous. You see little blackened iron veins sort of encroaching on the otherwise nice iconography of the door.
Hear anything on the other side or silence?
Putting your ear to it, make an awareness check.
11.
11?
Right.
You think you hear some low chanting on the other side.
Is it the priestly kind or the we're gonna sacrifice you to the dark gods kind?
More the latter.
Oh, good.
This is definitely like not good. This does not sound like what you would expect to hear going to a Sunday sermon.
Be ready, we might be about to fight more shades.
All right, you pushing open the door?
If they're gray, they'd be 50 Shades of Grey.
Fucking.
On that note, I'm gonna kind of hold up a hand for them to wait a moment. I'm gonna throw a stealth check and try and open the door a little, just kind of slip in the room without being noticed by anything that might be in.
All right, make that stealth check if you would be so kind.
Plus 9. 15.
15. Okay. So you're pretty sure you're being quiet and unnoticeable as you sort of slide open the door a little bit, and you are greeted to a circular chamber that does not at all match the church you were now stepping out of. You see a large circular stone chamber, looking like it's built into a cave and was just sort of smoothed out and hollowed out. You can see around the edges of the room bloody drag marks, as if corpses that had just been eviscerated had been dragged along in a circle. And the circle surrounds what appears to be a towering, jutting form of amber in the shape of a tree. And around the edges of the chamber, there are more amber growths sort of coming out of the roof and reaching out like roots of a tree from above. And sort of standing around this central tree, you see two individuals in darkened robes, sort of hoods up, you can tell they're chanting, and then a third figure on the opposite end of the tree from you, a feminine humanoid whose skin has turned a darkened shade of pale blue, and in place of hair, you just see countless writhing snakes.
Hello, Medusa.
They are not
And
presently visible.
Ambergris.
Give me a moment. Give me
I
a
wonder
moment.
if we're about to see the start of darkness with all this.
All right, and I need to roll something to see if they notice you.
Maybe at 15.
Senpai, don't notice me right now.
All right.
This is
So,
a joke.
Oh, 15 was one of the lower sides of my stealth rolls as well, so I am a little concerned.
so somehow, despite the high bonuses these things get to their awareness, none of them seem to notice you immediately.
Good. I'm just kind of reaching an arm around the door. I'm going to kind of gesture, like kind of point in as if to say, hey, there's things in here. And they're going to slowly kneel to the ground. They haven't seen it. They're all of us, have they? They haven't seen any of us.
Not yet. You've only opened the door a tiny bit, so, and their attention is focused on the tree. Which, now that you're looking a bit longer, you can see flows of orange energy coming out of it and into the people surrounding it.
So, since they haven't actually seen any of us, crouching by the door, raising my crossbow with a view on all of them. Ambush.
Okay.
Barrage.
Oh, you're just doing a full... Okay.
Yep.
Alrighty then. And we
And
enter into another combat encounter.
That should be on all of us because they didn't know we were here.
Indeed.
Alright, so this is Barrage, so hits. This is basically a weaker version of my tier 1 limit break. With an extra damage step as a Barrage. We all get an extra damage step.
Yep.
Heads up for everyone. So just read it. Okay. I get an extra times. 8 plus 260 points of Fiend Killer damage.
260. Yikes. All right.
All of them.
Alrighty.
And I am moving. About
So that will be 465 points of damage to the Medusa. But as for the Medusa's followers, how much damage did you say there was? 266?
260.
260. Okay. What the? No.
I'm guessing the followers aren't
Against the followers, it's only 210.
I'll take it. The rest of you, get your butts in here.
Yeah. I don't know.
This is a preemptive round, so we'll get another round as well.
Damn, ambush.
Yeah, we actually used it properly this time without a crit fail.
Indeed. All right, so that's knees go. As you come barging into the room and quickly fire off a shot into the air that comes into like this little swirling ball of energy right above the tree that then shoots out into a bunch of other beams that quickly hit everything in the room. And you hear the Medusa. Ah! All right.
All right.
Thanatos is next.
You have an extra damage step this
I'll
round.
I'll use. So let's see. What can I do? These things are most likely human, so Shadow would actually probably be a good idea.
Well, you're human, but it doesn't work on you.
Oh, gee, I wonder why. No.
Saying they're followers of Amber. I guarantee. It might do.
Nah, let's not go for that. Let's go for something simple.
Hmm?
I subtract 40 MP for Feraga,
Okay.
and that's an extra damage. Deep. So,
Is it group target or single?
Feraga's always group.
All right. 177 fire damage. Give me a moment.
Do any of them take extra fire?
Well, the followers of Medusa don't seem to take any additional damage from fire.
But the Medusa?
I'll get to her
Whatever
in a
you
second.
do not look in her eyes.
All right, so, however, as the flames are sort of racing around the room, you immediately get the impression that the followers of Medusa and Medusa herself have a monstrously high magic armor stat. The followers only took 52 damage from that.
Shit.
Okay, so melee is the way to go.
Appears to
And
be the pace.
Whereas Medusa herself also only takes 52 damage from that.
doesn't
seem-
no reaction
doesn't-
to fire.
Has no reaction to fire, and she gets a chance to get a magical counterattack.
So yeah, physical. It needs to be physical.
Yeah, physical damage is the way to go.
And I clicked the wrong thing. That's not what I was supposed to measure events. Alright, I'm in the range of either of them.
They do not get a counterattack.
She does not. It's only 25% chance, so she does not get her counterattack. Either way, the flames rush around the room, burning at things. The followers are turning to face you all, but you still got a very nice round of surprise on them. So, Thanatos, your turn is up. Alistair, you're up. What you doing?
Well, for one thing, I need to retrieve the dice that fell on the floor. God damn it. Roll for accuracy.
Are you just
One
doing a
fold.
melee attack?
Yep, I'm going in there.
Well, can you
I have
get-
more confidence with these dice.
Where were you before you came running into the room?
I was here. I basically walked up. I mean, I was by the door, but then.
Right.
so
That's where you were when the turn order started, so that's where your
Okay,
movement
so-
would start. So
By the door.
Well, I was following me.
Yeah, you can get into
But
melee
it's
range.
just- oh, what?
yeah, you can just get into melee range.
Because I was there before. Oh well.
All right.
But anyways,
The bonk.
let's see. The bonk, and I hope we can hit them with the bonk this time.
I would hope so.
My
That'd be helpful.
accuracy is 8. I rolled a 7, so 15. Does that
15.
hit?
Yep, that'll hit.
Excellent.
So because it's an arcane weapon, that'll be your mind times 8.
Aha.
And it also has holy.
This thing is gonna fucking hurt. Gonna feel this in the morning.
But does that go by magic armor or is it still their physical?
It'll still be physical armor. Also, also thanks to a therapeutic, when dealing damage to an enemy with your weapon, whichever conscious party member is at the lowest HP will regain 25% of their max HP.
Awesome.
So who's
Well,
at their
that'll just be
lowest
me.
right now? Rocket is at their lowest. So with this hit, Rocket is back up to max.
Wow. I just thought that only works for me. That's awesome.
No, it's whoever's at the lowest.
Okay. So that times my mind. Correction would be
Your mind times
208. So let's see what I get on the roll.
What did you hit it?
7 again. So
Yeah, he rolled his accuracy a second ago.
215.
215.
Whew.
That's also holy, if it does anything.
Yes, it is.
Doesn't seem to have a reaction to holy, these guys.
She will, most likely.
All right, so that is a total of 165 damage to this guy as you bring your staff around. He glares angrily at you. All right, that is Alistair's go. Rocket, you up.
I
Okay.
guess.
Can Rocket get in range? She cannot. She can get about up to her knees.
I'm
Oh.
being paged. I gotta go.
Oh, what?
I'm being paged. I gotta go.
Ah, okay.
Ah. Yeah, no, let's. Well, Rocket can't quite reach, so maybe have her. While she's AFK, get in range and scan.
Sure. Okay. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure.
Did she say she's being paged? She has a pager. That's what she has been doing, wasn't she?
I don't know.
I
Either,
imagine
yeah.
so,
Yeah, so yeah, if scan is what you want Rocket to do, then sure, we can do that. So, Rocket can scan the either the Medusa's followers or the Medusa herself.
I say
Can
the
she-
followers.
Let's say it's only bosses and end bosses she can't scan, right?
Yeah, she can actually scan Medusa because Medusa is only notorious.
Right?
We know what Medusa's weak to, but the followers are more in the air.
All right. So you learn the max HP, MP, status immunities, and elemental reactions. So, the followers have a max HP of 630, a max MP of 270. They are not immune to any status ailments, and they take double damage from Shadow.
Here, Thanatos. You're free.
Oh.
All right.
That needs the Mika, who cannot
Cannot
get
quite
there.
get into melee range. Actually, she can get right here, right?
No, she's gotten as far as she can get right now.
Still, we have another turn now.
Although she can still use magic. Although magic doesn't tend to be a.
Yeah, she's conserving her MP for now. All right. Ambush round over.
No more round. I can reach Medusa. Well,
All right. Neotho going first then.
Going for that Medusa, getting that bean killer.
yeah, that's the plan. Shooting to start with. Ooh, fortunately, I have a high accuracy. That's a crap roll. So for 15.
15. 15 hits.
Good. 229. Bean killer.
229. And then that will be... Oof, that's 403 damage.
And then stab.
Stab, roll it.
Well, a 15 hit, that hits.
Yep,
That's 19.
Yep, 15 hits.
142. I miss again.
142.
And still Fiend Killer. I haven't actually been doing it on my dagger, but Fiend Killer's from my armor. But still Fiend Killer.
All right, so 284 in total. All right, so...
I'm forgetting to do it from my dagger because I'm so used to only doing it from a bow.
So, that definitely deals a lot of damage as you're coming in. Like, you fire off the shot and then, like, stab the dagger into Medusa's gut. She, like, doubles over. She is on her last leg after that.
Nice.
Wow.
Use OP, please nerf.
Yeah, I need to remember. I need to remember Fiend Killer's on my armor now, not my weapon.
Alright.
All right, what's then?
And my turn. Dark side.
Okay.
And that's 3 damage steps to my normal, so 24 times 11. Oh, first is, well, I guess I gotta roll for accuracy first. 14.
All right. A 14. That hits. That is one more than you need for these guys.
Plus 2. And this is Shadow.
Shadow damage. His head go flying.
He's a dead.
He did. He didn't even get a chance to do anything. As you come in and bring the scythe around, head pops off, corpse collapses.
And that brings all of my stats back up to normal, considering I have HP and MP drain.
Yep. All right. Alistair.
Alistair, I'd say Rocket can reach the agent. You two can reach Medusa herself.
Indeed.
Yeah, say your weapon does holy too.
Thinking
So
of
you
that,
can...
and plus I want to stick by you. And probably now I'm going to switch the cover to you now, since we're both there. And you have taken some damage.
All right. So cover off of Thanatos.
And okay, so shall I smack the Medusa?
I would just like to state that the fact that I have HP and MP drain on my weapon makes it so my using Dark Side doesn't even really matter how I hurt myself.
Yeah.
Considering it just got me back to max stats anyway.
It is very good.
That was kind of
I
the
just
whole point.
realized something. I just realized something though.
What?
If Thanatos ever gets low again and I basically hit stuff, he's just gonna get that back. So
Yeah.
he's got double life gain at this point.
I get all the regens. I hurt myself, but I will not die.
And the enemy are suffering anger and emotional damage at the same time. Because he won't die.
Emotional damage.
Damage!
Speaking of damage, roll.
Yeah, her damage will be will definitely be. Her damage will be emotions. Her emotions will be damaged when you crack your staff over her skull and mulch her brain on the frontal lobe.
Okay, hopefully that still hits. I rolled a 13.
No.
No.
As you
Shit.
bring up the staff and bring it down to try and get her on the head, she reaches her hand up and catches it.
Mika, poker.
I'm sorry.
All right. It is at about this point, I should add, as Mika is coming in for her attack, the Medusa is going to engage an interrupt instant action she has called Blink.
Oh god. There will be no petrifying.
It's not what Blink does.
That's kind of Medusa's shtick.
All right, so Mika gets to make her accuracy check. And she manages to hit. Oh boy. Okay, so the Medusa using Blink to increase her avoidance to 16 was ultimately unhelpful. So
my evasion.
All right, so as the Medusa like starts to flicker in place, Mika like focuses and is like, "I don't think so," and just stabs the Medusa right in the throat with paper cut. And the Medusa's like, falls limp and dies.
So you didn't even need to roll damage.
No, she only had 96 hit points left.
Just leaves rockets.
Thank you for saving me from my unlucky 13.
Finish this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna get paged away, so
Yeah, Thanatos, you have access to our character sheet,
I
so
hear
in...
noises. I hear noises from the Lumina.
Oh.
Lumina, are you there or are you still paged?
I'm eating food.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what food? Was it nice food?
My favorite, pot roast.
Mm.
Oh, that sounds good right now. I really need some food. So, can Rocket go kick the guy in the nuts so we can go to food?
He's the last guy left, so the honor is all yours.
Yeah, everyone else is already gone. $17 hits.
Did she even really need to roll?
I mean, are rockets attacks the ones that ignore armor and magic armor?
Yes.
I do believe Rocket's weapon ignores.
Yes.
Yes. Like Storm does. Yeah.
All right,
Good
so,
one.
and it does holy damage, but that doesn't matter to these guys, so...
And Ravager.
Oh yeah, that's right, Ravager. Okay, so, if it hadn't been for Ravager, that wouldn't have actually killed him, but thanks to Ravager, that kills him. So, Rocket, would you like to describe how you killed this bastard? Or shall
No,
I?
kill him.
Yeah. If you don't feel like it, I can just come up with something.
Just come up with something.
All right, so, Rocket, as you see this guy looking over towards where the Medusa just got stabbed in the throat by Mika, he lifts his staff up to try and invoke a spell, and you're like, I don't think so. You take a few quick leaps, grab him by the head with your mechanical leg, and push it down into the ground really hard, and it just pops like a raspberry balloon, just...
Well, I think that went extraordinarily well.
Yes.
Everyone gets a
head on the
destiny
two-stone
point,
couch
except
with us.
Rocket, who gets 2.
Up to 15.
Brownie points, I guess where that's from.
Just annihilated them in a single preemptive round.
You know, here's the thing. If the Medusa had survived that round, Neothil, Mika, and Alistair would have been fucked.
We'd be
What's that?
stone, yes.
Because if you start within a melee range of the Medusa, if you end your turn within a melee range of the Medusa and her turn starts, anything within that melee range is automatically petrified.
No
as
save
much.
throw?
I mean, there would be a save throw, but she has a very high roll, so it would have been very difficult to evade it.
Well, we killed her.
Yeah, so
Killed her.
so you dodged a very bad situation. Also, if you guys had used more magic, she would have started popping out shockwave pulsars.
It's a shame we can't cut off her head and basically turn the big bad into stone.
Yeah.
One
no,
of those situations where
Today, gone tomorrow.
one of those situations where the DM has prepared all these stats and then just dead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I knew going in that end game is gonna get broken, so I'll just have to make things even harder on you next campaign.
Stop saying that, you bastard.
But I mean, to be fair, you guys are also gonna get kind of nerfed anyway next campaign because we're actually gonna be following the fucking rules of spell casting instead of whatever the shit we've been doing this time.
Hated for healing. I need
Alright.
to get that quick cast as soon as.
All right, so either way, so following that, once again, you start to see apparitions sort of appearing around. And the first thing you see is you see Ryle embedded in one of the walls, groaning in pain. Oh. Then you see the apparition of Mira running over.
Hang on, I've got you.
She helps him out of the wall and casts a few healing spells, and as she does, Ryle starts looking a little better. Ow! Thanks. I owe you one.
You're very welcome.
Not far off, over near the apparition of the Medusa's corpse, you see Lalas and Saran kind of standing over it.
Who was that woman?
Not a clue. What I want to know is what the hell was that magic she was using? What was with the snakes? Doris sort of lifts his head and pushes up his glasses. Demon Amber. Gonna need a bit of information on that one there, Chief. The Demon Amber is a malevolent force that has infested the underbelly of our world since its foundation. To hear the recounts of what the gods said about it, it is a manifestation of evil and malice itself. It corrupts all it touches and spawns monsters we call demons. Strange, though. It is rare indeed for it to enact such changes on intelligent beings. So, we just killed a demon? Nice. Such a pity it hurts like a bitch.
What could have made this Amber twist her so much?
Right, I guess. She was willing.
Idiot.
A brief moment that
irony of that.
There's a brief moment that passes.
The irony.
Yeah, a brief moment passes.
Come. There may yet be more prisoners deeper in. Let's find them and quit this place.
She helps Ryle back to his feet and supports his weight as they walk out. And everyone else leaves, except for Saran, who lingers for just a moment. He looks back at the Amber and his brow furrows. She was willing to turn into that? Why would anyone do something like that? Doris kind of pauses and glances back at him. Power, like as not. Few things are more seductive. And then he walks out. Saran lingers a little bit, glances down at his hand. Power, huh? That really all there is to it? Really that simple? And you hear Lalas's voice calling from the exit.
Saran, come on!
Yeah, coming. Sorry. And Saran runs after them, and the apparitions flicker out.
He just kind of scoffs humorlessly. Peering into his own damned future. Idiot indeed.
Ironic.
I wonder what it would have been like had Dallas just not said a damn thing about this stuff.
No idea.
Power, is that all there is? Power for what? To save one's deceased friends, maybe?
Power always comes at a price.
The price is going to be the world. I'm not sure they'll thank him. Whatever happened to them. Still, that information is required to make a complete judgment. Which is the point of this, isn't it? His final testimony. Or his...
Is some desperate attempt to make us feel bad for him?
I'm not sure he's that stupid. Just... Maybe he wants to be Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think he's looking for pity.
Even if he was, he wouldn't get any from me.
Or
I think what he's after is understanding.
Then Mika carries on.
Go.
All right. So, stepping out of the chamber through the now visible exit, you come out into what appears to be a nighttime forest environment. There's a moon high in the sky, nary a cloud to be seen, moon is full, and you are immediately step out into what appears to be a central clearing. There's a little dirt pathway a little ways off that leads further away, and in the middle of it you see a great big burning campfire with some logs sort of set up around it as improvised seating, and a little further away you can just make out the shapes of tents sort of nestled among the trees. And around this fire you can see Saran's party, including the new addition of Mira, sitting around it, just chatting and hanging out. As you're sort of showing up, you can see them talking, and let's see here. Give me a moment. All right, so you see Ryle and Mira are sitting together as Mira is continuing to work on his wounds. Lallis is sitting with Saran, and Doris is keeping to himself. After a moment, Mira pulls her hands away from Ryle's wounds.
There you are. Now, you'll want to baby that wound for a while, but you should make a full recovery.
Thanks. You're the best.
Thank you.
Group is quiet for a moment.
So what's next for all of you? We'll probably move on and look for more work soon, once Ryle's ribs stop acting up.
Such has been our method since I joined this group. That was almost a year ago now.
So you'll be leaving, will you?
We don't usually stay in one place for long, no. Shame. Think I'm gonna miss the views around here. And he is clearly staring at Mira as he says this. Doris grins but says nothing. Eventually, Mira gives a little smile.
Well, if you have room for one more in your group.
What? Really? Ryle's clearly a bit too excited.
But your work at the church? My work as a paladin compels me to do not more or less than offer aid to those in need. The cultists we dealt with are fallen, their leaders slain. Nothing at present threatens my home. If it is your intent to journey Eno and provide help where you can, whether it be for coin or altruism, then it only makes sense for me to lend my powers to your own. And besides all of that,
she gives a little nod to the wider group,
brief though our little alliance has been, I cannot claim that your company is anything other than delightful. The camaraderie you share warms my heart to see, and I would much appreciate a chance to envelop myself in it. If you'll have my company?
Well, yeah, of course, I'm all for it. As am I. Your prowess in battle notwithstanding, you're pleasant company to keep. If your duties will not hold you, I've no objections.
Neither do I.
Saran? Huh? Oh, no, sorry, I don't mind. Welcome to the team, Mira.
Thank you all. I shall have to speak with my father first, but I don't believe he'll hold me here.
You can then hear the others sort of chatting amongst one another, but Saran stays quiet, and the chatter between the rest of the group is murky, indistinct, as if he wasn't listening and can't remember what they were saying. And then suddenly Saran just gets up. I'm gonna go for a little walk. I won't be far, so holler if something goes wrong.
Saran?
He just walks off. And as he's walking away and the apparitions around the campfire start to sort of flicker out, you can just make out Mira and the others briefly chatting.
Is everything all right with him? He's been quiet since we left the cave.
Ryle, Lallis, you two know him the best. Is this normal behavior for him? Not since we left home, at least. And then they fade out.
Oh. Temptation didn't take long to kick in.
I'm not sure if it was temptation. That's not the vibe I was getting.
And what vibe were you getting?
I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Like, he definitely seemed lost in thought. And upset.
Are there any try and follow his apparition, see where he goes.
Yep. You can do that. Again, there's a little dirt path that leads out of that little clearing.
Yeah.
Right, so following it, it curves around for a little bit before coming out to another smaller clearing that comes to a little cliff face, overlooking a breathtaking view of a wider forest. And like the full moon is right in front of it, faintly glowing its pale glow and illuminating the cliff face. And you can see Saran just sitting there at the edge of it.
See
looking-
the exit.
Yep. And as you're sort of coming around the bend and approaching, you hear footsteps sort of coming up from behind you. As the group turns to look, you see the apparition of Laulis slowly flickering in as she walks slowly up to Saran. Comes up beside him and sits down.
Hey,
Yeah.
you okay? You've been acting kind of out of it recently.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Saran. Look at me, Saran.
Saran looks at her.
Talk to me.
God, it's stupid.
All the more reason for you to tell me what it is.
Okay, fair. I don't know. Guess I'm just worried that I'm falling behind a little bit.
What do you mean?
When we were hunting down those cultists, you were front and center and taking them down. When we were fighting their goons, Doris and Ryle had them covered, and Mira kept everyone alive. Then when we got to that freaky Medusa chick, I was the first one to get knocked on my ass. I don't know. Maybe I'm just imagining things, but I feel like you guys just keep getting stronger and better, but somewhere along the line, I peaked.
Saran.
Red Mage.
It's a scary feeling, Laulis. I've been pushing myself to be the best I can be since we were little kids. I don't want where I am now to be as far as I can go. There's a few seconds of quiet. And Laulis gingerly reaches out and turns Saran's head to face her. Gives him a little smile.
Saran June Leal. You're probably the strongest person I've ever met.
What?
I remember the bookish little boy you used to be, you know. And I remember how the other kids would pick on you all the time for it. But did you cower? No. You sword fought with Ryle until you could send those bullies packing. You proved them wrong. And you've been proving them wrong ever since. Maybe you can't see it, but the rest of us can. You are amazing, Saran.
And she pokes him in the chest.
Even if you're not quite as powerful, you're still smart, clever, and a damn inspiring leader. That's why I followed you all this time, even though I knew it would be dangerous.
And then you see Saran look away, the sort of visible blush appearing on his face. Well, that... Thanks. Thanks, Laulis. Really, that means a lot coming from you.
Coming from me?
Yeah. Probably the most important person in my life. I don't think I'd have ever learned how to make friends if you hadn't decided to challenge me to a chess match. Like you said, I was bookish, didn't have time for people. Then you showed up. You've been there ever since. Not sure I would have been brave enough to actually commit to this life if you hadn't been there to cheer me on.
Well, then, I guess here I am cheering you on again.
Means the world to me. Does, really. The two are quiet for a little bit. There's a gentle wind that sort of blows by. And then from a distance, you hear Ryle shouting, Laulis! Saran, where are you? Get back to camp. Doris is making dinner. It's at about this point that you notice that the gap between Saran and Lalas had been shrinking until Ryle shouted, and they withdraw a bit. Lalas?
Yeah?
Your brother's a great guy, but holy shit does he have bad timing.
Yeah, he does.
She gives him a quick hug before standing up.
Anyway, let's go. You don't want to keep them waiting.
Yeah, all right. Ladies first. Then Lalas takes Saran's hand and guides him back towards the camp, and they fade out. And as they walk away, the moon folds in on itself and turns into the gateway to the next floor.
Alright. Means next up should be World of Demons numero 2. What is the next stage of his grand master plan?
Yep.
Mika's sticking pretty close to your side as you're moving on.
Take a hand as we go through.
All right. So unless there's anything else you all want to say or do, you pass through the passage and move on to the next floor.
Oh, we're halfway there.
You're something. And it is upon that note that I think we'll call it for the day.
Not even a preview of floor number 5.
Nope. You get to worry about, you get to stew on that until next time.
Yeah, so I was going to type in the chat that my mother's going to bed.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's the halfway floor, so the chance it's going to be straight up boss. Good one.
There's one little thing I wish to share before I shoot off to bed.
What was that
the
be?
outro, DM.
Yeah, okay, after the outro. So, as per the usual, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, so much for tuning in to this session of Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. It was a fun one, lots of cool combat encounters, more exploration of Saran. We'll see you next time. Until then, keep listening, people. Bye-bye.
Alright.
Bye, everyone.